So, it does feel like it's going to be nice and warm in here, so we'll be able to regulate our body temperature accordingly, which is a change. I'd like to initiate proceedings by inviting the Reverend Dr. David Clark, Registrar at the Otago University and former Minister of Health, to open the meeting with a prayer.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. My name is David Clark, and I think I have had met all of you before, but probably largely wearing another hat. So it's my real privilege and pleasure to be here this morning, councillors, to pray for you and for your deliberations. I am a Presbyterian minister by background. That's my formal training, if you will, and I have a connection with the Interfaith Council, who've invited me to be a part of their prayer roster. So that is a real privilege, I consider. I've got a couple of comments before I pray. I do want to acknowledge your service. As a ratepayer, I feel very grateful for the service that you collectively perform. In my personal view, the work of local government is one of the most thankless tasks there is, and I just want to acknowledge the hard work that you all put in, the way you keep turning up, the way you participate and make sure you're representing the people that elected you to do the job that you do. My understanding is that most of your meeting today will be focused on the 9-year plan. You've got 4 days of deliberations ahead, and I was thinking about that because I like my colleagues, but I really struggle with the thought of spending 4 days with the same colleagues in a meeting, and so you know, I do wish you well with that work, because the work is really important that you're doing. Residents have poured their hearts and souls into the submissions that you receive, and they will be hoping that you will be supporting them as they set about doing the things they think can make our city the best it can be. And so I did look through some of the submission summaries and saw many worthy projects, pages and pages of them, and you know, the challenge is, of course, that many of those submissions are from citizens who would want rates kept low, but they'd also like you to support their project, and you have the unenviable task of working through those and supporting as many as you can to make our city the best that it can be. So your task is massive, having been an Associate Finance Minister at one point, with four of us, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, trying to set a budget in a coalition with two parties. I know that was challenging. You have many different views you're representing, and so I wish you patience with each other and consideration of each other's views, and I acknowledge that you're asked to work in good faith, and I have a very short prayer, I will say, but as I finish these thoughts. When I think of the word faith, I think of the biblical word that's used. It's been translated as largely, or we've come to understand it as blind faith in the English speaking world. The word that's being translated more closely resembles the word trust in today's contemporary English. And so I ask that you work to trust each other, that you trust the process, and you do work in good faith with one another through this process. And in that spirit, I wish to pray for you for wisdom, discernment and patience, and because it captures all of these sentiments in very few words, I've chosen to adapt the parliamentary prayer for your meeting today. So let us pray. God of truth, grace and compassion, we pray for these councillors today engaging in their civic duties, and give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed upon them. As they lay aside all personal interests, we pray for guidance in their deliberations, that they may conduct the affairs of this council with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility, for the welfare and peace of Dunedin and its people. Amen.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, everyone. Good luck. Wish you well. Wish you every success.
Thank you. Okay, so to the agenda proper. There is no public forum, and I have received no apologies, and so I see no change for that. So confirmation of the agenda, which is shown on page 4 of the agenda. I move the council confirms the agenda with the following alteration: that item 12, Smooth Hill, submissions and update 9-year plan, be taken at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, namely tomorrow. So, seconded, Councillor Walker. Is there any discussion on that? Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 5, declarations of interest. Are there any changes or updates? I see none. Therefore, I move that Council notes the elected members' interest register and the various management plans associated with it. Seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. 6, confirmation of minutes. Firstly, of the council meeting of 30 April 2025, shown on page 17. I move the council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Is there any discussion on that? So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And next to the ordinary council meeting of 5 May 2025, page 34, I move that council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any discussion? Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And lastly, the council meeting of 19 May 2025, shown on page 67. I move that council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any discussion? All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, local water done well. The decision on the water services delivery model. And I'll preface this by suggesting that Councillor O'Malley has forewarned that he would like to move option A. So we have, I don't know that we're going to have any prefacing comments at this point, are we, Mr. Ward? We'll go straight to questions.
Kira, Mr. Mayor, Marina, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. So yes, just a few prefacing comments, if I may, please.
Right. Yes.
Firstly, I wish to acknowledge and thank Mana Whenua, both to Runaka Otako, Kati Hui, Rapa Runaka Puketaraki. Both have expressed their views that the delivery model is of secondary importance to the principles and values underpinning the model, along with the opportunity to strengthen the mana-to-mana level relationships between Council and Runaka. So an acknowledgement and thank you there. Also, draw your attention to Minister of Local Government Honourable Simon Watt's letter attached to the report and the matters to consider by the Minister. This morning, ably assisted by Mr. Jared Oliver, who's compiled the summary of submissions, and we have in attendance our legal team and our finance team, should there be any questions arising.
Okay, so I'll ask perhaps the first question. Do you consider that we have the various issues covered by the Minister for Local Government, Minister Watts, that we have those in hand?
The simple answer would be yes. There is a however. The however is in Minister Watt's letter, he does talk about the need to consider the implications of the new economic regime, and there is attention on the change to usage-based charging. So that's something of note.
Right, but otherwise they've got it covered. Thank you. That's great. Now, are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Wiley, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just note there was no date on the letter from Mr. Watts. So how recently did we receive it, or?
On the day I received it, I forwarded it on to councillors. Okay, so
I'll tell
Yeah.
you exactly if we just move on while I look at that.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora, gentlemen. Just following up on the letter, and it said that there were, I guess, three things. The first thing was that it said that it expected all councils to be actively considering working with and supporting neighbouring councils. And are we still doing that?
Oh, thanks for the reminder. Thank you, Councillor Barker. As you may recall, we have a memorandum of understanding with Christchurch City Council on exploring shared services opportunities. I think once that's established, we would be in a strong position to broaden that out at some point in the future.
I'll just add, I think that neighbouring councils can be interpreted quite loosely. I've spoken to a couple of people this morning who are well connected to DIA just to test if there was anything we needed to be made aware of. And there are a lot of eyes on making sure that there is collaboration, but there is equally the work we are doing with Christchurch is seen to have put us in a really good position to be working to cover off what the Minister is looking for.
Sort of said specifically smaller councils in the letter. I can't find the letter to, I'm just trying to find, especially smaller and rural councils. So I just wanted to see, because I knew that we had a group that was meeting with all of our neighbours in Otago Southland, I think, and I just wondered if that work was continuing.
What I would like to add, if I may please, Councillor Barker, is that we regularly support our neighbours. Just recently had a request on a technical matter to support our colleagues over in Clutha. So we do that regularly, and we have been doing that for quite a number of years, so that hasn't stopped.
What I would say is, though, that formal collaborative work that was part of a formal group has stopped because there is the group of southern councils that are forming a CCO. And so the arrangement that did exist no longer exists. That doesn't mean that we're not still working with them.
I just wondered how, because it was I expect all councils, so I was just wondering how firm that is. I'll just move on to the, also it said, please contact the department to meet with the Commerce Commission if you want to understand more about what the new regime means for you if you have not done so already. So have we met with ComCom?
Not formally. We do have contacts within the organisation, and we are learned sufficiently in terms of their aspirations.
And the other one was around the Crown facilitators, and it says a key part of the approach, and councils shouldn't be reluctant about requesting their support. And I just wondered if it was a free service and whether we could use them for that. It's not free. Good to know. And my other question is just around some of the numbers. On page 74, it just talks about the number of submissions, and it's got 313 submissions, 67% of the total number of submissions received supported the council's preferred WSDM option. But when we look at page 112, which is the, I guess, the overall submissions and topics, it says that 59% of responses support the in-house option. I'm just wondering how the statistics were arrived at for that. Did some, can you see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I confident in the numbers in this particular item. The numbers, if you do the maths on the numbers in the, I think it's the summary of 9-year plan submissions, the percentages don't kind of match the numbers, I think. So confident in these ones. Yeah. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker. Yeah.
Probably done on purpose. There you go, Carmen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, guys. I don't envy your work, but also want to thank you for the amazing work you've done over the years. When the chattering has stopped, I don't think we've had any more information on anything than this. I have 4 questions, and they're relatively generic, but I'd like them just to be out there so I'm clear around the masses of information we've had. Firstly, in terms of the submissions and the 67% in favour, would you largely agree, and it's my read, when I read the submissions, there still seems to be, and I think for good reason, quite a large misunderstanding in the greater public, for good reason, around what 3 waters or local water done well really means.
My answer, if I may, Councillor Walker, I think this has been a long journey for the whole nation, and therefore the previous messages are still resonating in people's minds.
That's a good answer. Second one is the sword of Damocles that are hanging above all of us, whether it's December bills, future government change and change of legislation, which is always present and has been, still means that we have to still operate and move forward in a context, but knowing for us, because I think it's important with our finances over 9 years going forward, that potentially at any point, sorry, you're keeping your head down for good reason, that can all change again, eh?
Yes, that is correct. However, we're working on the basis of what we have in front of us, and what we know will endure is the level of transparency around the services we provide. We've positioned ourselves internally to accommodate that new regime when the doors are open and everybody looks inside, so we're already doing that internally.
Next question is slight. This is, and make it clear, it's my personal view that at some point, whatever the colour of the government, will be potentially squeezed to go towards CCO. In terms of what we, and I think I know the answer to this. So say in 2 years' time, we want to change our minds if we decide on this model that I presume is being moved by Councillor Malley to then become a CCO. It's not an overly onerous process to do that, from my reading of the papers and the workshops we've had.
Again, if I may, Councillor Walker, the simple answer is you're correct. We are very fortunate, being a metropolitan council, to have scale within the team. So we have all the services you would typically see in a standalone organisation. We do have wraparound services through our corporate services team, but by and large there's a high degree of independence in the team, so that's immediately transferable. But I would like to reiterate that we're very fortunate to have a fantastically skilled team, and they're doing a fantastic job today within council.
And my final question is really awkward, and I couldn't think of the wording to ask it correctly. It's around the collaboration with Christchurch, which is a road we're suggesting we would go down. And all I could think of asking is, when does collaboration not become a collaboration? And it's meant, what if it becomes super big and government questions whether it's, you understand what I'm trying to convey? That Christchurch and Dunedin become so big as a collaborative model themselves. Is that problematic legislatively?
I don't believe so. What we're looking to put in place right now is things at an operational level or a contract level. So it's bringing cohesion and bringing us together on common topics. That's not to establish an organisation to deliver those services. It's delivering the same services in a consistent way and talking the same language across both councils. So I think that allows for the best of both worlds of independence whilst efficiency of scale.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. A question that relates to your reference to the tension around volumetric charging and the comment in the Minister's letter on page 98. I can't see much, if any, commentary in the responses in the consultation about the metering or charging issues. Is there anything there, or was there much?
There was very little, Councillor. There was, I believe, maybe 6 comments, 4 who talked in favour of water metering and 2 who were against it.
Thank you. That reinforces my concern that the community isn't aware of the implications or the ministerial governmental expectation here, and I've long objected to the introduction of metering. I suspect that would be the strong view of our community, but do we have any detailed information to that end?
If I may, Councillor, I think I'd describe this as a recent change in emphasis. The legislation, I look to my legal colleagues here, very much focused on any new council-controlled organisation adopting a volumetric charging regime, but that wasn't the purview of our in-house model, whereas this is a shift in emphasis. And I'll pass over to my colleague Nadia.
I can just clarify the move away from that type of charging in the bill is actually to do with water organisations, so it's a CCO. The letter is implying it's implying that there may be an expectation in the future, but we don't know not just the CCOs, but that's not in the current bill. The current bill has the requirement for that transition just for CCOs, water organisations. Just an update on the bill as well. The Select Committee are now not reporting on it until the 4th of July. There's been a change from the June date. So the bill will not be through before the end of June.
Just the update, the Minister's letter was received on the 21st of May, which was the same day as the agenda went out. So you received it almost instantaneously that we did.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I'm rather surprised to get a letter just this morning that's been sent to you just this morning, it would appear, Dave, from Alcaha, dealing with Three Waters infrastructure. And reading it as I have just now, it talks about the decision we're going to make, the delivery model, being less important than the values and principles underpinning the model. So Alcaha in this letter is wanting us to consider, and I quote, our partnership grounded in the spirit of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Again, in the next paragraph, it talks about honouring a Te Tiriti-based partnership. And then the final paragraph again talks about partnership and principles. The then Minister Mahuta in the previous government attempted a takeover of our $3 billion.
Point of order.
That's point of order, Mr.
Sorry, we have a point of order. Councillor.
You go.
And so the point of order is?
Well, partly it's maybe not even speaking to the point item because it's history, but it was not, as much as it was a change of assets and other such things, it was not a takeover.
Yeah. And I'll uphold that point of order because we were all present and, aware of what was going on at the time. So, Councillor, please,
I have another point of order.
Away from those comments. That type of comments in terms of trying to characterise something that is history and is actually not particularly relevant to the decision that we've got to make today, whilst it may be relevant in the history of Three Waters, it's not relevant to the decision today. We have a further point of order? Yes. Councillor Ben spoke.
26, disrespect. We had a previous understanding, Mr Mayor, that the Minister will be referred to by her title. Councillor Vandervis referred to Mahuta again.
No, sorry, Minister Mahuta.
Did he? I apologise.
will not uphold that point of order. There we go. We can move on, please, Councillor.
As I was getting to, the proposal by the then Minister Mahuta was that our Three Waters assets would be taken over for less than 10% of their value and co-governed with 50% Maori government.
Sorry, we have another point of order. Now look, Councillor, the actual delving into details of the past, which have got very little to do with the decision we have to make today, is not helpful, and is not a good start to our week of deliberations. We need to be able to get, especially to the point and make the decision that is before us. And I don't see that any of those things are going to help. And also, with that, as soon as you raise them, it immediately brings up the necessity for fact-checking and, querying of the numbers. So can I ask that you, so no, I strongly suggest you stay away from that. Otherwise, we're going to take a long time to get through these questions. So I will uphold that point of order. That's that. And it's questions for the water team. So Mr. Oliver and Mr. Ward. So please, can we get to the point of the question?
The point of the question, which actually I was getting to quite quickly before all these points of order, was the clarification of what is meant by partnership and the principles underpinning the model in the letter that we've had just dropped on us this morning. And I want to know if Mr. Ward understands the partnership referred to at least 3 times in this one page is the same kind of partnership as was envisaged by then Minister Mahuta in the co-governance of a 50% Maori control from the last...
Gee, I mean, this is ridiculous.
Councillor, that is out of order. And 50% Maori control, there's no end of points of disagreement about that. So, have you got a concise question as to, and I think, God, have you got a concise question in there that avoids all of this political controversy and discussion or not? That's the question.
The concise question is, does Mr. Ward understand from the Alkaha letter that these multiple suggestions of principles and our partnership regarding Three Waters is of a co-governance arrangement for our Three Waters infrastructure?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. And I'd like to first clarify, Alkaha's letter came in on Thursday. My apologies for not getting it to you on Thursday. Appreciate you've seen it for the first time this morning. What I said in my covering note was it's consistent with the previous letter we have received, and partnership in this context is not the partnership that you've described. It's very much working in partnership as we do with others to understand the position, to make sure that points of consideration are reflected. And I would really like to applaud Mr. Oliver and the planning team for understanding Mana Whenua's position and having that reflected in our integrated system planning, our 50-year look ahead at the horizons of what the infrastructure needs to be and the services we provide in the future. But it's not comparable at all to the previous government's partnership model as it was referred to at that time, but it is in the essence of true partnership, as you would to understand a separate body, understand their positions, and reflect that as best as you possibly can in your thinking and considerations.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that it's not a co-governance kind of partnership.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to touch back on that metering as well. The metering was also proposed, I believe, under the water entities when they were being put forward by the previous government.
Correct.
Actually a relatively common theme that's been going through most of the Three Waters reform. And so if Dunedin is to take a position on it, we'll be aware of the fact that the back common theme has been that both governments, past and present, have been tending to push councils towards metering.
That's correct, Councillor O'Malley. And again, I applaud Dunedin for taking a very different position, and it's a very learned and considered position. Many of the commentators who are water professionals aren't local government professionals, and they see things quite differently.
They certainly do sometimes. And you could also achieve the same outcomes with restriction valves or something like that, or a doser valve. You don't necessarily have to pin it to money to get the outcome of detecting leaks and controlling consumption.
It's certainly an option, and it's certainly one of the strategies we could look to employ, but we do need real-time intelligence, whatever form that takes, to understand from production of water through to distribution how that's conveyed.
Any sensible water entity will take that on, and it is part of our planning as well. Cool. And I just want to touch on the Christchurch MOU and the letters. Again, the Minister's letter is a relationship to cooperation with other regions. It is my understanding that the MOU with Christchurch is effectively a shared services MOU and what we can do to work together, but we do not mix the operations. We're not creating a single entity, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
And then once we have established that, we then can go out. But of course, if we are an in-house model and others are CCO models, again, the only way, given that they're two functional models, will actually be a shared services model, correct?
That's correct, and I think that's the beauty of the model. It transcends the organisation.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an adjacent question. I noticed in an email that came through from Tamara Arawai around the levies, and that levies are going to be, if I recall correctly, decided upon population. Given that we've got around 20,000 domestic self-suppliers in our city, how will they base it on those that are connected to the reticulator system or the population of the city?
That's a really good question, Councillor. Thank you. Well, we'll double check on that. If it's just pure population, you're right. Then there's a. It's a hardly equitable.
Yeah. And my second question is harking back to the views of Puketaraki and Otako. And it's all about relationship, really, isn't it? That's how I read the letters. I just wanted to check with you, if I've understood this correctly, that the direction of travel thus far is consistent with Mana Whenua's values and principles and views. But we've got to keep working at that, and I did notice around continuing these vital discussions. So have I summarised that correctly?
not wishing to speak on behalf of Mana Whenua, but my observation is I believe that's correct.
So then it's the continued relationship and continued discussions that are going to be pivotal to us getting this right with Mana.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions around timelines. I'm sure we're on track for our 3rd of September for our water delivery plan, nodding that. And this may be to Nadia with it. If the bill is now not, the select committee is now not reporting back till July, what impact does that another month have on us trying to get, everything, our ducks in a row and everything in order? Does that have any major impact?
So the requirement for the Water Services Delivery Plan is actually under the bill, the Act that was passed last year. So this bill is clarifying enduring settings going forward, but the requirements for the Water Services Delivery Plan are all within that Act that was passed last year. So yes, there's further clarity on the longer term mechanisms in this bill, but the Select Committee are due to report on the 4th of July. We haven't heard anything that regarding any intended amendments to date.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. In the Simon Watts letter, it talks about, I think it's price quality regulation. So I think the Commission, let me just find it here actually. Here it is on page 99 of mine. Where it's considered necessary, the bill contains designation processes whereby the Commission may be given the power to implement blah, 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 and price quality regulation for specific suppliers. Can you put that into plain English?
It's likely they'll set envelopes in terms of expectations as to what the reasonable and fair price is as they deem it for a particular element. It might be the whole service, or it might be components of the service. It might be procurement and delivery of professional services or capital works, physical works. I think it's hard to pin down at the moment, but it'll just put an expectation on what the economic regulator deems as a fair price to charge.
I'd just add, I think that the Minister's letter clearly puts councils choosing to go with an in-house model on notice of the interest that is being applied centrally on those models. But we were aware of that in all of the work that we've done. This isn't a surprise to us, but it is put far more directly than it has been before from the Office of the Minister.
The reason I asked that is because I'm just thinking purely, and maybe I'm wrong here, in the price of water. So it works both ways, doesn't it? So the regulator could say, you ain't charging enough. Yeah, okay, yeah. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly at the LGNZ last year, around this water issue, the ministers at the time did say, and the people who were talking about it, that there was definitely an option to do what we're doing, and to be either a single CCO or remain an in-house. But you're correct. It sounds like the wording in the letter is definitely, inferring that they would prefer a CCO. So is there any implications legally on that for us? Because my understanding is we're entitled to do what we're doing under the legislation. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank
you. We appear to have exhausted questions. Last call. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think that was very helpful and fulsome. So we have an indication from Councillor O'Malley that he would like to move option 1. Sorry? Yeah. So it'll be there on the option 1 in the papers, which is different. The motion covered both options. So the draft motion covered both options. So there we have it. It's on the wall behind me. And we have a seconder from Councillor Gilbert. Councillor Houlihan, you have a question?
So do we have to put in there as well about our relationship with Christchurch, or we don't need to? No, that's fine.
Need to. Both ourselves and Christchurch are doing our own in-house local water done well services delivery models, but we're collaborating on shared services. What are the services we do share, and what are the options, the opportunities for standardisation, modularisation, that kind of stuff, to get the most efficiency we can out of the systems. So there we have. So Councillor O'Malley, would you like to speak to it? I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think I'll have to take my whole 10 minutes up on this one, because this is a well-traversed area. We're really coming almost at the conclusion of what has been, well, if you take all of it into account, probably 3 to 4 years worth of a journey, but certainly this last year has been around solidifying this particular position. The response from the community was, I think, kind of what I did expect would come back from the community. So I think we've heard clearly from the city that the preferred option would be in-house. If you compare the in-house or CCO models, if you look at the potential of whether or not you would ever save money going forward or back, the CCO model, as we modelled it, did require the debt be taken out in order to offset the costs. So in fact, in many respects, it wasn't necessarily a true savings during that period. And I'm fairly confident if those curves had been carried out past their 10-year point, you would have seen the CCO, because of its debt burden, start to go above the in-house model as cost of delivery. And so this is different from the previous reformation, or whatever you want to call it, going on in the previous government, where the entities were effectively in-house, were effectively pseudo-CCOs. They had very much the same similar structures to them. So this reform of approach has actually given councils the opportunity to do in-house, which was not an option to us before. But I feel that the journey is not yet finished. And given that the CCOs are given under this new legislation a higher debt access, and there is sort of language going through here from the letter from the Minister that I think the government may still be wanting people to go towards CCOs in the long run. So until the ink is completely dry and we're on to something else, I do not consider this journey finished yet. And you also see the mention of metering, and that is still on the horizon. And again, I think if councillors are of the opinion that they want to understand whether we do want to volumetrically charge or not, or how we want to deal with potentially identifying lost water, then we actually need to come to a council position, and I do believe we need to go all the way to a council report on the implications of going after both, because at the moment they're just being stated and we haven't actually gone into the implications of either. And I just want to touch on the mana whenua letters that we got. One of the big things that is what is co-governance, and in the end I think it's about cooperation and listening. And when I look at the future development strategy, when we originally came in with the delivery times to both the peninsula and Otako and to the north coast and Puketeraki area, we moved all those delivery dates faster and shorter than they were originally in the original plan, and that was in response to mana whenua feedback. So, and the letters have said that both of the local marae are feeling that they have been talked to, and Okaha's letter says the same thing. So I think that we're fairly confident that we're in a good place, and I don't see how being in a CCO would ever have improved that. I think in-house is a better model for that as well. So I won't take up any more time because I think we've talked a lot about this. I'm happy to see where we are today, and I wait for other people's speeches from the floor.
Right. I'll just make a couple of quick comments. I think that, because Council went early with addressing the shortfalls in our water systems, we are in a good position to be able to retain in-house ownership of our water and delivery of water services in line with local water done well. And I think, that acknowledgement needs to be made to the staff that made that possible, and councillors around the table that voted to actually spend more on water instead of less, whereas, in a lot of places around the country, less was spent on water. So we, by going early and spending more money early, the cheapest time to do anything is now, and we're now in a position that now puts us in a position to be able to retain our in-house control of services to meet the financial sustainability criteria, and to have a debt burden on our water systems of half of what CCOs are allowed to go to. In other words, they're allowed to go to 500%, we're still less than 250% and tracking to maybe even stay under 200. So we're in a much better position. So I think well done to everyone involved. Councillor Walker, you have something to say?
I've always got something to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thanks for the chance to speak, and thanks for the mover, and thanks particularly to all the team over the years who have fed us with probably way too much information, much of which has been hard to dissect, understand, and regurgitate from our mouths in a palatable and understandable way. So well done, Mr. Ward, Mr. Oliver, all your team. I don't envy your work, and I really respect, particularly you, Mr. Ward, who keeps a very patient demeanour amongst what must be a very tumultuous. It almost reminds me of Jericho's raft of the Medusa when the storms are around and you calmly keep going. I support this along with the 67% of people who fed back, although I do still feel there's a lot of misunderstanding out there for good reason. Anyone who drives south or north or east or west in the car will still pass fields with big signs saying ban 3 waters, take them down please, it's long gone. Or people like my wife, when I talk about this stuff at home, she looks at me and says, please shut up, Steve. All I care about is being able to turn the tap on and drinkable water comes out of it. And I think the bottom line is that's what most people want. They want to be able to drink fresh water and not get sick, as happened in Havelock North. They want to be able to go and take whatever in the toilet and get rid of it with no problems. And when it rains, they want to make sure the water goes somewhere that ain't on the concrete and in the garden. Above and beyond that, we are a city that has major issues facing us down the line. And I'm thinking particularly of our coastal areas in South Dunedin. So it's very important for me that we go with this model. And I think in the advantage it talks about, so we can, it integrates with other council functions, which we're all aware of. And that's very, very important. And I think that might be a problem for some councils who are similar, who may go down the CCO model. It also builds, and I think the mover touched on this, it builds on the work we have done. And those in the public who have had this conversation with me and they complain about what we've done or what we're going to do, I look at them and say, guys, we are luckier than most other local authorities because we were brave enough in the past to invest in the unsexy stuff under the ground that doesn't get you re-elected. And I think we should pat ourselves on the back for doing that, because I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be in Wellington's position with the work and the financial headwinds they have to face. It also, my question related to this, what we're doing gives us, I guess, some sort of get out of jail card, because if it doesn't go well, we still have the opportunity before the next long-term plan to look at the CCO model. And I think that's, I mean, I'm a great believer of trying something, see if it works. And if it doesn't, mea culpa it and go back and try something else. And by that time, we'll be able to look at how the CCO model has worked for others. So I think that gives us an advantage. I am a wee bit worried about the finances we'll need going forward, and that is definitely one of the bigger advantages of the CCO model. But I think it's one worth giving up in the interim. That 500% ability will be very useful to do the work that's been neglected by many over the years. And of course, I'm always worried, as we should be. And it doesn't matter about the colour of the government. I'm worried what may happen in a year and a half's time if there is a change in government. Although opposition parties have suggested they won't upset the apple cart. But boy, good luck. But I certainly support this and can't reiterate more strongly the fantastic work of our staff. And please stay with us. Don't go.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll reiterate that. Thank you to our legal team who've had hours of work poring over all of this and trying to find every detail and look to see what we're getting ourselves into. And thank you to Mr Ward, who now I hope our team under Mr Ward and our other staff will find it quite, I hope, the collaborative relationship that we've agreed to with Christchurch, that they can share knowledge and information. And I think we'll have a lot to share in that way with the experience of Mr Ward and the things we're doing. But I also think we're joining a council that will have a lot of challenging issues and interesting, innovative things happening that we can learn a lot from. So I'm actually really excited about it, and I think we have the best of both worlds. We get to try this now, keep our local ownership, and see what benefits there are in it. And if it doesn't work, as Councillor Walker said, at the end of the day, we have still got the option, we could go to a CCO. But I've heard, and all of us have, the concerns from the public, and it's not just this LTP. This has been going on, as we all know, for at least 4 years. It feels like about 20. But we've all been on this journey, and it was pretty bruising at times, but we've got here. And the main concern most of the public, I think, have is they're worried about ownership and the fact that under the previous model and even this model, that there could be an opportunity to privatise our water. And water's sacrosanct. Nobody wants your water taken away or your water in hands of someone from a foreign country or someone else, because you want to know that if you want to be able to drink water, you can get it from your tap, as Councillor Walker's wife said. But, you need water for life. So other countries around the world look at us with envy because we do have good water supplies in general, and, many of them don't. And times are going to be tough for that. And sadly, there probably will be, this sounds a bit grim, but world wars over water. So water is a resource that we need to hold on and protect with every might. And I certainly would be one who'd march in the streets to keep our water local, because our water needs to be clean and well looked after and available to everybody to have fresh water. So I think the decision we've made here is a really good one, and thanks to Councillor O'Malley as well for his work along this.
Thank you, Councillor Witherall, followed by Councillors Gary, Barker, Benson Pope and Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the in-house option. In my time on council, water reform has well and truly taken up a huge amount of resource in council. Firstly, Three Waters divided council, and it's great to see that local water done well appears to have united council. I have no doubt our water delivery team on council has the ability to continue to delivering the proactive approach ratepayers expect for their health and well-being going forward. I'm convinced we are on the right track. The city's consolidated debt is on a dangerous trajectory, and thankfully modelling has highlighted that an in-house option will take on less debt, while possibly constraining council's ability to spend in other areas outside of the city's core services for pet projects that the city may not be able to afford. We simply cannot continue to go down the line of buy now and pay later. I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's not the same for everybody in the city. Not everyone is on the reticulated scheme. In fact, 20,000 of our population are not. And ironically, many of mana whenua are not on the reticulated scheme. So there's the irony. And I would suggest to you that in the community there is a degree of fatigue with the conversation around water, and I was interested to see how few people made submissions on this. If you think about the airtime it took up in the last couple of years and the divisiveness in the community, I would have thought that this would have garnered a great deal more interest, and that says something to me. And as I've said around this table before, I don't think the community has any idea what's coming in terms of cost. So that is not to suggest we haven't done a good job in terms of our engagement. I think people are just disengaged from this topic and are fatigued. In terms of the in-house model, I support it. It provides the local control that our community did say they wanted. It also allows us to continue building our relationship with mana whenua around their values. And it also gives us choices in that we may be forced into a CCO at some future time, but at the moment we have choices and we've chosen what we want to do. As we navigate this next stage, I want to join colleagues in acknowledging David Ward and his team, including in-house legal, for their professionalism, their expertise, their thoroughness, and also acknowledge that they're highly regarded in a national sense. And we are so well placed with that team. Their work is valued, and it continues to be valued, and it's the reason we are in the place we are today, well informed to make a decision for our community.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been a long, long road with the water reform, and I feel like we're reaching a major milestone with this decision today. Having grown up with our own water out in the countryside, complete with tadpoles, and having to clean out our own sewage system, I think we're very fortunate that we are supplying water to the majority of the city. The feedback I had from from many discussions during the consultation sessions was for the majority in-house, which reflects what we've come back with for the statistics. And the sessions are really useful. It was useful to have staff here to explain some of the technicalities around water, because as people say, the water conversation had got quite confusing for people. Good to see that the 2/3 of people wanted to keep water in-house for the same reasons that Council highlighted: local control, financial accountability and concerns around privatisation, which is why I support it, and that's what I heard out at the consultation. And then Council's own reasons highlight the integration with Council's functions, which is really, really important when we're thinking about our planning, is integrating the stormwater, the wastewater, etc., and having that control. Also minimises the transition costs, and I think we had a bit of a scary number around how much it would cost to transition, but I also appreciate how much it's going to cost because of the stronger Commerce Commission around it. That's why I asked before about have we met with the Commerce Commission. It also leaves us to consider the CCO down the line, which I think is a safe place for us to be. There's still a way to go with that final piece of legislation, which makes me a teensy bit nervous, because in the letter things pop up and we do wonder how that might affect us. That was the spectre of water metering came up, and I see that New Plymouth recently spent $23 million on putting water meters in their quite smaller population. So as Councillor O'Malley says, we need to, if we're thinking about that, we need to consider the why, because it's a very expensive activity. There's still a lot of hard work for the staff to do. I don't know whether they're breathing a sigh of relief at the possibility of keeping it in-house, or whether wiping off the sweat that there's a whole lot more work to do, and there's a lot more oversight from government as well. But I think all in all, I would be happy to approve this decision, because I think it is the best decision for the people of Dunedin, and make sure that we are in control of delivering water to our community.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think no one around the table, I'm sure, has any doubt about the challenges that this process over the last far too long has presented for our staff and what other communities around the country. And I'd like to join with others in congratulating them on what's been delivered. I'm also a strong supporter of the in-house model, and glad that we have got to that position, and it's been so strongly supported by our community. While we're congratulating ourselves, though, I think I'm not sure that would necessarily be echoed too strongly by the residents of Surrey Street. And I'd like to just add the caution that while we do need to move faster on that challenge, we also need to produce better outcomes for the management of wastewater and the treatment of wastewater in our coastal communities. We know that Warrington is deficient, and we know that that the issues around Waitati and Blueskin Bay have to be confronted. So I know that work is planned, but you don't have to look far other than to Central Otago to see the challenges of not moving fast enough on these matters, either in Queenstown or with the uncontrolled growth and unplanned growth around Hawea. Fortunately, we are not in that sort of situation, and I think it's important that we keep our eye on the ball and make sure that we don't, in those coastal communities, that we don't get into that sort of situation.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all the previous speakers. I support the in-house model. We have considered a full suite of options, approaches and tools around this. It's been well traversed. As Councillor O'Malley said, we've taken a proactive approach, and this has been a long journey. And he also said he's confident if we went further out on the graph, a CCO model would end up being the more expensive option. So it's hard to have long-term thinking, as Honorary Simon Watts requests in his letter to us, but the consultation has shown the public support also is around an in-house model. I think it's been very hard for people to keep up with all of these changes. It's been, 3 or 4 years that we have been traversing this. From Three Waters reform to local water done well. But we are, as others have mentioned, very, very fortunate to have such a great Waters team here led by Mr. Ward, and I would like to thank the staff for all of the work that's been done to date. And as Mr. Ward said, the doors are open now, ready to take a look inside, and that's transparency around what's in front of us. We've done a huge amount of investment, and our ratepayers will know, if they read the long-term proposal, that in our rates dollars, it's almost 1/3, $33 out of every 100 that goes towards our infrastructure. We've got an MOU with Christchurch, who have also opted to do in-house, but they will collaborate with us around procurement, and we will continue to support our neighbouring councils with their support in these services. So I'm confident that this is the right decision, and again, thank you to Councillor O'Malley for having his
head well around all of this, all of the way, and also to our wonderful staff here in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert, followed by Councillors Van der Vis and Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I too was at LGNZ last year when the barely veiled, let's refer to them as urges, towards CCOs were put forward. I have my own possibly cynical views as to why central government might be wanting to urge us towards a CCO. But it seems to me that there are just too many uncertainties and future ownership risks with a CCO. While in-house, consistently through this process has looked like the more sound and logical option. Not to mention that, as has been pointed out, 2/3 of the submitters support the in-house as the right option for our city. As Councillor Walker pointed out, to go as a CCO is ostensibly setting the die. Once we've done it, that's it, more or less. But before we know clearly what it means over the long term. Whereas an in-house model provides known benefits with the doors left open to change the model if needed. So to me, this is not, I don't make decisions either lightly or blindly. However, the amount of discussion, the amount of information that we have had over the last, well, for me, 2.5 years, has been immense and at times intense. But having the skill and knowledge of the team, and I keep talking up Mr. Ward and his team particularly, but I do so sincerely, has been amazing. And also having, as Councillor Mayhem pointed out, having Councillor O'Malley, who is so deeply over this, if you can be deeply over something, deeply has been really quite handy as well, because not only have both David, Mr. Ward and his team, as well as Mr. Councillor O'Malley, they've been able to translate things from jargon or from a complex engineering-y type point of view and bring that through to something that somebody like myself can understand. So thank you to all, and that's why I'm seconding it. I think this is the only logical option.
Councillor Van der Vis.
I agree with Councillor Benson Pope that the residents of Surrey Street continue to be poorly served, and that this particular black spot in our water system really has to be addressed. And I think that we can do that, and we can do that without spending the enormous sums that are proposed even under the in-house model. I agree with Councillor Weatherall that the in-house model is preferable from the point of view that it doesn't open the floodgates to massive debt as widely as a council-controlled organisation would, but I believe it still opens the floodgates of debt too widely, and that we are going to spend a great deal more money than is needed on our water systems because of what has been inflated in the way of basically public concern over water. Councillor Walker has mentioned the issue over Havelock North deaths, which Minister Mahuta pushed strongly as a reason for the original Three Waters changes. I hasten to add that these Havelock North water-related deaths were not as a result of a treated council water supply. They were a result simply of a non-compliant bore many years ago. We have far better technology now for dealing with water, even in unreticulated supplies that Councillor Gary has highlighted. I have an unreticulated supply on our farm, many people do, and the much cheaper microfilter technology that's now available and the much cheaper UV treatment, which you can run again very cheaply off solar panels, means that the dangers that we used to have in our unreticulated side of the water supply are much more easily met with new technology. And the public, in terms of how happy they are with the existing water supply, I believe they are mostly happy, Surrey Street notwithstanding. For us to spend vast extra amounts on Three Waters when most people are reasonably happy with the water supply as it is, will give us a higher quality water system, but you can spend almost an infinite amount of money on water systems and always get slight improvements, when I believe that we haven't had any water-related deaths here. We haven't had anything like the catastrophizing over water that we hear about from other countries. I believe that for us to get that much further into debt by overspending on water supply and having an in-house council that pushes massively increased spending, I think is going to cripple our financial sustainability and put us in a position where we are simply not able to do much else. So I'm happy to vote for the in-house, but bearing in mind that the in-house model does allow us to get us into even more serious debt than we already are, and that debt has been increasing in recent years at the rate of $100 million a year. A stadium's worth, in fact. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Today is a significant milestone, and as many of my colleagues have traversed the long history that we've got to this point, and I think it's interesting how calmly and how pretty much we're all on the same page, and I think that's thanks to the long journey that our staff, both water and legal, have taken us on to make sure that we are incredibly well informed. If you think of the hours of workshops, meetings and time spent reading the thousands of pages probably that we've all read to get to this point, that I think that we're all very well informed and we're making this decision very much with our eyes wide open, knowing that it's not going to be easy. I mean, the Commerce Commission will be, we're inviting them into our organisation, and I think that our community probably aren't yet aware of exactly how much they're going to have to be paying for water, regardless of whether we were in-house or in a CCO, but it's going to be very much identified. And as Councillor O'Malley over a long period of time has kept reiterating, we are undercharging for our water, and that is now going to be made more obvious as we have to very much ring fence and clearly state what the cost of water is to our community. And I do think there will be the need to revisit this, probably as, could be as the next long-term plan that we do that. But I think that it is the best for Dunedin today, and whether that is in the long term, that remains to be seen. But as Councillor O'Malley said, the journey is not yet finished, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Probably all the speakers I most would agree with Councillor Deputy Mayor Lucas and what she just said. And I would highly disagree with some of the comments from a previous speaker where we're vast extra amounts of dollars on Three Waters for higher quality of water systems. I for one want to invest in a city for the next 20, 40, 60, 100 years, and if it takes investing in higher quality systems, then that is what the city must do, whether it's in-house or a CCO. Overspending on water supply cripple our financial sustainability. Actually, we're the one that are picking up the pieces on a lot of this. It is previous councils, and I'm going to be speaking more about this, that have underinvested in our water assets and a lot of our other city assets. and we're the council right now that's faced with tackling a lot of this head on. I think in-house will create more debt. Actually, whether it's in-house or a CCO, there will be debt, because the amount of work that needs to be done to improve water in this city is going to cost everyone a lot of money. And it is a city-wide approach. It is not just central Dunedin. When we talk about water infrastructure, it is about looking after all residents. And I think that's the important part. Yes, the community will end up paying for water in some form, whether it's in the rates or whether it's external through some other means. The cost of water is going to be a cost that all ratepayers will have to bear in some form or another. So whether it's a CCO or whether it's in-house, I am confident with the process that we're going down. I look at the Honourable Simon Watt's letter to us, and I actually acknowledge what he's saying there. But actually, I think us as a council are taking this head on. There are many councils around the country that aren't taking it serious or aren't facing the reality of the situation. And I would say that letter is very much targeted against some of them. The bottom line is water is going to be a major issue for our council, whether it's a CCO or in-house. But the last thing I want to see this council do tomorrow, next week or next year is having to react to spending money and putting resources after someone has died from drinking our water. And I think that's the part that really concerns me when a councillor talks about other councils and issues relating to that. Our governance of care is to ensure that no one basically dies from drinking our water. And I think that's the important part. Invest in what's important, and I think that's going to be the case. Unfortunately, there is no way to sugarcoat what's going to happen in the future, but the key thing is an in-house model right now is the right way to do this. More so, we've got probably some of the best expertise in the country to basically tackle this challenge head on. And I think there's going to be a much bigger story to tell the community and bring the community along with us, especially with this being election year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak on this issue, but I just want to thank the mover and seconder and also the CEO and her teams, because not only in this triennium but the previous triennium we started to engage with this, and so I just want to acknowledge the work of Simon Drew and his team as well. And I'm not sure if we actually get it in terms of the letters from the Papatipu Marae, from Otako and Kati Huirapa. And they, as mana whenua, have been engaging in battles all over the place before Three Waters ever lifted its head for us, in terms of upholding te mana o te wai. And again, it's about, as Councillor Gary said, it's about relationships, and it's also about principles and values, upholding te mana o te wai. So even before you get to Havelock North or whatever, and people dying, and I'm not denying that, mana whenua have been challenging us as long before any of us maybe came to the table about discharging our wastewater into the ocean, discharging water into the harbour, discharging water from the hospital into the harbour. So it's not just a matter of people dying, it's everyday life and principles for mana whenua and for everybody, to safeguard the water for everybody. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be extremely brief. I think the thing that appeals to me the most about this option and this way forward is the fact that we are retaining our water asset. It wasn't that long ago we were going to lose it, and so I think, to be honest, whichever model we went for, so long as it stays in our ownership, then we're on the right side. The other thing, and I think Councillor Vandervis is quite right with this, is that at least with the in-house model, it does restrict the amount of borrowing capability that the council has. And obviously with the in-house model and the amount of money that needs to be spent on water, it's going to limit how much we can spend on other things, and for those who want to keep rates as low as possible and to try and keep the debt curve in a more controllable way, then I think that this is certainly the right way forward.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, I'll try to keep on time on this one. I just want to start off on Surrey Street and the Warrington wastewater treatment plants. They're not directly related to this item, and to Surrey Street I would say that the councils have been on the council the longest are the ones who put this up. So if anybody had a lot of time to deal with it, it was them. And Surrey Street will be extremely difficult to deal with, and it won't matter whether it's an in-house or a CCO model. It requires a whole remodelling of the Kaikoura Valley scheme, an upgrade of the Green Island wastewater treatment plant, and the council is on that work plan. But I do also agree that I think we need to be in constant dialogue with those in Surrey Street as we go through it. Warrington is compliant. I just want to make that really clear. We've upgraded it. It is a fully compliant plant. We have one non-compliant plant list, I believe, on our system. I believe it's Tahuna's odour. I'm looking at, right? So none of our discharges from our sewer plants are not compliant. None of them. Okay. Now, we did go early, and I'm really glad that we did go early, but it wasn't easy, and I also would remind some councillors who are congratulating themselves now that they need to look to see how they voted during the Labour Party's Three Waters reform, because many who are saying we did a great job were actually quite keen to hand us over to a water entity back then. I do want to acknowledge staff. I forgot to in my first speech, but someone mentioned staff, so I can in my right of reply, especially Ms McKenzie and the legal work that you've done. Part of what we did was a political legal response to the government as we went along. And we've always had a position of not just speaking about the economics, but also the position of what we are as a council, our autonomy, the ability of councils to deliver their future and not necessarily be dictated to by central government. And I believe we put up some very strong and cogent cases, and they have had an impact nationally. And the technical staff that have supported us, I want to thank you very much for all the hours you put in, and to the councillors who attended all those meetings. We are by far and away the most informed council in the country. I have no doubt about that. Most of the councils here could actually tell you roughly what is in the Three Waters system, and I don't think any other council would be like that. And so by going early, we got out before inflation hit us. We have already put in 4 years investment that nobody else has put in yet, and we are now well on the way to making it to be a fully compliant system. Drinking water is good. You want to be able to drink it as it comes out. That's true, but you must pay attention to the delivery model. You know, it's all very well and good. Not one delivery model said we weren't going to have safe drinking water, but there were different mechanisms of funding it, different ways in which it would operate. I believe in-house is the most equitable and ultimately will end up being the cheapest. Councillor Ackland pointed it out, easy access to capital can also lead to easy spending. So in some respects, having us capped is not a bad thing. Also, in terms of privatisation in the future, the greatest protection against privatisation is dispersed ownership. So having territorial authorities own their entities is actually the best protection against some international agent coming in later and getting them through privatisation, whereas the other models of aggregation made us actually very exposed to that. To Councillor Gary's point, most are worried about the cost coming. Actually, a lot of the cost has already arrived, and I would actually challenge us that we must get that water bill fully funded and operational funding as soon as possible. Water meters, during the development of the schemes, Scottish Water, I was in one meeting with them, a water meter costs $150 a year to maintain. Remember that. That's $150 on top of your bill before anything else has happened. And I just want to finish with, yes, the water bill will go up. It will come to about $2,000 when it is fully funded. But that is a cut charge across almost every community in the country. And you'll find that our water bill, in fact, will be one of the cheaper ones in the country, largely because we moved early. Government's attention is really on the councils that don't deliver, and I had asked our council very early on, and the council picked it up, to make us in a position where any time the government is coming for our asset, we can tell them it is in the best condition it could be, and they couldn't make it any better. It is that political position that has put us in this position now, and it was only but through doing that work that we did that we could go out to the public and ask in-house CCO, and they could feel confident that it would stay in-house and go with it. I am very confident this is the right model. I also warn you one thing. Drinking water is our highest, sewer is the second highest, and stormwater in our consciousness, but the cost is reversed. Drinking water is the cheapest to deliver, sewage is the next expensive, and we haven't even started talking about what stormwater will be. So I finish with one prophecy. This will not be able to go forward until the government steps in with co-funding in the way it used to up until the 1990s and the way it does with transport. At the moment, we are go it alone, fund it alone, but CCO, whatever you want, it will require central government funding and input in the future, and until they come to the realisation of that, we'll still be in this fight. 6 seconds to go.
Well done. Okay, with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley. Sorry. Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Excellent. So perhaps we can be unanimous on the next motion. I move that we adjourn for morning tea until 11:45. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Against? Oh, another unanimous motion. That's a great way to start. It's all right. We're now adjourned. So let us resume with item 8, the Chief Executive Overview, page 100 in your agendas. Firstly, we have Ms Ellen coming to the desk, and Hayden, Mr McAuliffe. And do we have some opening comments from the Chief? Rightio.
So, good morning, councillors. The Chief Executive Overview report provides you with a summary of what has changed since your January papers. So it is, because of that, relatively short, but your January papers act as a basis for that. You will see that since January, there have been some movements in the operating budgets. That means rates are now sitting at 9.95%, down slightly from the 10.5 that the draft budgets were subject of consultation. There are a range of other unders and overs that are shown in here. There is also, just trying to see what else is a highlight. We also in this report outline the process that we will undertake for the remainder of the meeting when it comes to decision-making reports. So broadly, I guess, they're the highlights. The three of us are available, along with general managers, to answer any questions you might have over this specific report, bearing in mind that you have a volume of reports following on the agenda that deal with particular items and the submissions.
Okay. We do have questions. Firstly, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just a question on timing on page 101 on 13C, where they talk about the 2 million grant from Wakatahi for the October 24 flood, which I know Mr McLean, I think, or somebody had talked about previously. So we're not receiving that in this financial year, even though we've been advised of it for work that's in this financial year. Is it's a timing issue?
It is correct. We receive the revenue when we spend the money, and we're expecting to spend a large proportion of the money next year. So the revenue, the $2 million associated revenue next year, what we do spend this year, we will still get this year, but this is the forecast of what we'll be spending next year and the associated revenue of $2 million with that.
Okay, so we've got other revenue coming in this year for work that we've already spent. That was the bit that I couldn't quite get my head around, is that because I knew we'd already spend a lot of money. Okay, so it's a timing thing. And I just want to comment on, of course I'm going to comment on the point 19 about the financial reporting for the annual leave, which will obviously mean that the variances going forward won't be so lumpy and hard to explain.
Correct. That's the intention of it. There's still an element of unpredictability, but the intent there is to smooth out the variances.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora. I do have a question around the Eyesight Visitor Centre. The reduction in the commissions from the Eyesight Visitor Centre, $70,000. Well, I guess I have a couple of questions, which is one, is this number just reflecting the fact that it has been running $70,000 under budget?
That is correct.
So my next question is around the revenue and financing policy, because in January we passed that we would have 69% rate support for the eyesight. However, if the income goes down, the external revenue goes down to $341,000, then that would increase the the rates funding to 74%. So have we allowed to change that in the revenue and financing policy? Is that part of the reports coming to us?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sorry, it was a bit convoluted. Basically, in January we passed the revenue and financing policy for the eyesight that it would be 69% rates funded. However, if the revenue is forecast to fall $70,000, it goes to 74% rates funded, and given that, I wondered whether we have to change the revenue and financing policy, and I don't think that's in the reports coming out, so I just wonder what the process for that would be.
With our revenue policy, we have a plus or minus 5% acceptable variance, so that would sit within that.
And my next question is just, is the Eyesight Visitor Centre part of the Enterprise Dunedin review?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Paragraph 7, around capital budgets of 1.889 billion over the 9-year period, with the associated debt level reaching 1.092 billion by 2034. How does that capital budget of 1.889 or 200 million per year rate compared to, say, 10 years ago over the previous 10 years?
I don't have those figures.
Thank you, Councillor. We're actually just pulling together that the history so that we can circulate that around all councillors, but it's obviously higher, significantly higher.
At $200 million on average a year, that is a significant capital program, focused largely on renewals, with an amount for new capital allowing for growth.
Yep, perfect. And my second question is, and I didn't see it anywhere mentioned in the CEO overview, is around, are we getting enough in regards to dividend from the council companies?
The level of dividend you're getting from the companies is an ask that councillors get to determine as part of your statement of intent. The discussion with the directors when the decision was made to keep Aurora was that would constrain the cash flow for a period of time from the companies because of the capital nature of what's required for investing in those companies. And so at the same time, we know there's a draft investment framework being developed, which will start to look at how you get different returns potentially from the companies. But in the meantime, this is what has been agreed with the directors of DCHL following decisions of council around Aurora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Vandevers.
On page 103, it talks about parking revenue tracking behind budget for the current year. I'm wondering, is this because the number of cars parking has reduced? Is there less traffic in the CBD, or is there some other reason for the reduction in parking?
My understanding is that we are now more accurately capturing the revenue we're receiving against budget. So rather than a comment on parking, it's just we're actually better at capturing the revenue that we are getting.
So you're better at capturing revenue, but the revenue's gone down. Is that because you were overestimating it?
I think historically we've been overestimating the revenue that we had been getting. This is aligning the revenue we are receiving with the budget.
If I to that, once we have this data, we'll be able to better explain why we have the variances. So that's what's missing at the moment. We know we're unfavourable, but because we've been capturing this data and we've got reports, we'll be able to tell you exactly why we're favourable or unfavourable in our revenue.
Thank you for that answer. On the previous page 102, it talks about 15A personnel costs increasing, an increase of 1.244 million, reflecting local water done well, staffing costs that have been brought forward. In the previous Three Waters staffing costs that were required for apparently the compliance paperwork from the previous government, we hired 15 new Three Waters regulatory compliance staff, as I understand it. The government has now changed. Why is it that with the 15 new workers, which added $1 million to our budget then, we are now adding another $1.2 million in staff costs for more regulatory compliance because the regime has changed. What happened to the previous 15 employees?
I can answer a little of that, and remember this is, you'll have seen an email from the CFO outlining where some of these costs sit, and it's not all in water. The 15 staff that Council approved a number of years ago weren't just regulatory staff. A lot of them were around doing that advanced planning work that we have now done, so the network planning, asset plan, all of that work that has enabled us to be in a position where it was a reasonable decision to keep water in-house. But Mr Ward might like to add to that. The water component of this is for the ring-fence staff that are required to deliver water in-house, Carolyn?
Yes, that's correct. The ring fencing is one of the, there are two positions in here relating to local water done well. One of them is to start looking at how in our finance team we ring fence the monies and start to meet those new requirements for Three Waters. The other position is in the regulatory side, and Mr Ward might like to speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor van der Vis. So the regulatory regime has changed over the last 3 years. It started with the Taumata Arawai journey in terms of water. We're now encompassing wastewater, and the water was primarily quality, but then it grew into quantity as well, and the audit trail associated with proving you have sufficient quantity and quality continuously, every 15 minutes of every day. So there's a massive step up in that regulatory context, but we are now contemplating a very different regulatory regime with the extension of Taumata Arawai into the world of wastewater and the incoming economic regulatory regime through the Commerce Commission. So the landscape has changed dramatically in a very short space of time.
Thank you for explaining that it's a government change essentially in the regulatory regime. I thought the previous one was regulatory enough, but obviously not. I have another question, and that is really for the Chief Executive, and I've already posed this in an email to the Chief Executive. I've been very concerned for many years now about debt that has been increasing in recent years by 100 million a year, and what I'm concerned about is that in the Chief Executive's overview, we have rate increases highlighted for all of the years in the 9-year plan, and we have the interest rate that we're paying on debt also highlighted, and thank you very much to Ms Allen for providing that information. But the only reference I could find to debt in the overview, in fact, in all of the hundreds of pages that we have in front of us here, is a line that says, with an associated debt level reaching 1.09 billion by 2034. Why is it that the only reference to debt in this paperwork is for a debt level many years away from us now? Why is it that we don't see how that debt level is planned to escalate in the coming few years? And I appreciate that the debt figures were provided in the consultation document that our Chief Executive has highlighted, but I really wonder why it is that debt is, apart from that one line, almost absent in all of this 9-year paperwork.
All I would say, Councillor van der Vis, is, as per my opening comments, this is a summary of what has changed from your January papers. The debt was articulated in detail in your January papers. And then in the capital budgets, I'm assuming there is some discussion of debt in the capital papers, but I'll have to go and check them in detail.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā korua. My question relates to, I guess the maybe the operations and maintenance change, point 5, 15, page 102, operations and maintenance. Business information services, that's not the new finances system or the grants management system. Is that accounted for somewhere?
Biz change, is that the new IT contract that for the that we've briefed councillors on?
Updating the finances, management, budgeting, grants, applications, all that stuff.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We've included that in the capital expenditure program.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Barker.
Just have a question under the Local Government Act has a balanced budget requirement in it, which just talks about the local authority must ensure that each year's projected operating revenues are set to a level sufficient to meet that year's projected operating expenses. And I guess I'm concerned that we went out and we consulted on 10.5% rates rise, and now we're ending up with having an unbalanced budget of, which was reduced to 9.95, and now we've got an unbalanced budget by 1.8 million, which is about 0.75% of the rates. So I'm curious as to why that was changed when we were so close to having that first bit of the budget balanced.
Thank you, Councillor. In the draft budgets, the operating deficit was 3.7 million, and so it's actually improved to 1.8 million now because of, chiefly because of that $2 million extra that we'll get from NZTA. And so we'd indicated that we'd have the deficit in year one only. Then the second test that we apply, which is to remove all of the non-cash revenues, that was a deficit in our draft plan for 2 years, and it still is for 2 years, so that's unchanged.
I'm just trying to understand why when we went out and consulted on 10.5%, why it was changed to 9.95, given all the work that you've done to try and get to that balanced budget position.
Yes, so the main changes relate to the interest cost. So there was a $3 million saving in interest expenses. That's twofold. One is because of the change in rate, and the other is because we're forecast to be behind in the current capital expenditure program, so we're borrowing less. But those costs will come just at a later date, and so mostly it's timing, but there were savings in the current year, a net saving in the current year that meant that rates could be lower.
And I'll just respond further to what the CFO has said. This is a draft for deliberations, and that's the point of this meeting. Staff have applied it to lowering the rate increase, but councillors are free to do something different with those savings if they would like to keep the rates at the level you consulted on and have the deficit reduced. That's open to you, and equally it's open to you if you want to apply the money differently.
So can I just understand, because there's the I guess you call it the operating revenue, and then I'm looking at page 107, and then we have the all the other stuff taken out that leads to a deficit of around 24 million. So when the Local Government Act is telling us that we need to have a balanced budget, is that looking at that 1.8 million, or is it looking at the 24 million?
Thank you, Councillor. It's looking at the 1.8.
So I am digging down on this because I think that it's quite important, because it says that the reason that we have to decide, we resolve that it is financially prudent to do so. So if the decision were to keep it at 9.95 rather than the 10.5, and I realise there's still decisions to make, do we have to move a resolution that we resolve that it's financially prudent to have the rates, to have an unbalanced budget in that part?
That's correct, and that's what we've done for the last couple of years since we've had that significant increase in depreciation in Three Waters. We've been resolving this, so, and the 9-year plan assumption was that we would, over the first couple of years, get ourselves fully funded.
Draft budgets do that.
I guess it's a technicality question, is there a place during all of this that we resolve that we're going to have an unbalanced budget, or was that done in January?
I believe it's done in June when we adopt.
Okay. Are there any further questions? We appear to have covered all. No? Councillor Gary.
Just a quick question on the interest rates. Given financial forecasters who, my understanding is fairly positive about the outlook in many quarters, but then the turbulent geopolitical system, and even this morning an announcement on a 50% tariff for someone somewhere from Trump's government. Are you feeling confident about those interests? I mean, I know it's crystal ball gazing to some degree, but are you feeling relatively confident about those?
We've had updated information from Dunedin City Treasury that that we based the 4% for year one on. Beyond that, we haven't changed the assumptions that we had. So,
thank you.
Great. Okay, we've exhausted questions. Thank you very much. So, that being the case, we've got a pretty straightforward Chief Executive overview here and a resolution behind that says that we note the overview and approve the proposed changes to operational budgets, approve the significant forecast assumptions, and note any resolutions made in this section over the meeting pursuant to standing orders may be subject to further discussion and decision by the meeting. So plenty of opportunities to change things if we should so want. So, seconded, Councillor May. Very good. So, having moved that, I'll speak briefly. And what we've got here is a nice brief report, really, that gives an overview of this 9-year plan. The 9-year plan is very significant. It carries, lots of changes and lots of shifts in expenditure of council, and we've started today with I would say the foremost example of that, which is the local water done well, where from a position of huge contentiousness within this council and throughout the country, we've had a unanimous vote for the way forward. And so I think that is, very good. And similarly, we've got the overview of this 9-year plan. We've had relatively few questions, easily answered by our expert team, and which shows the amount of planning and preparation and the quality of the figures and the numbers that we've got here, and also reflects councillors' confidence in the staff with those numbers and their ability to change them or produce them as asked and as required. So I think we're in a very good position. Thank you for the Chief Executive. Thank you to the Chief Executive for this summary. And I would just ask, is there anyone else would like to speak to it? Councillor Vandevers.
I agree, Mr Mayor, that we have good reason to have confidence in the staff numbers that are put in front of us. I think that in the last year or two especially, the numbers that we have been given by our staff have not only been accurate, but they've been much easier to understand. We've had graphs which show at a glance what's going on, and I have no doubt that our financial staff are across the numbers better than they ever have been. Bear in mind that when I first started in council, apparently they were striking a rate based on 7-year-old accounting information, and there were tins that certain amounts of money were kept in for certain projects. So things have changed and improved a lot. However, looking at this particular Chief Executive overview, whereas I have confidence in the staff numbers, I'm very disappointed that there are staff numbers that are not in this overview and should be highlighted. Highlighted are the overall rates increases, highlighted are the interest rates, but the debt, the revised projected debt numbers, which I want to read to you now, have not been included. In year one, it's proposed that we raise the debt to $780 million in year 2, to $890 million. That's an increase of 12% almost. In year 3, an increase to $940 million. And from year 4 onwards, over $1 billion worth in debt is proposed, with the assumption that we will be paying a 5% interest on this $1 billion debt. 5% interest on $1 billion means paying $1 million every week just at interest. And this 9-year plan is proposing that that is going to be the revised projected debt and repayment schedule right through to 2034. For us to have spent so much money and to keep adding to the debt as we are by $100 million every year, we did it last year, we did it the year before, we're going to do it next year. We keep adding a stadium's worth of debt to the budget, costing us $1 million a week in interest. It's not addressing the fundamental problem. And worse, we have an additional $100 million worth of debt that the Mayor Cull Council put into our council companies accounts back in 2011 for the stadium, and most of that debt is still sitting there as well in the company accounts. If we look at the history, Mayor Tapley Council built the town hall in 2 years, from foundation stone to opening in 1925 with no debt. Mayor Skeggs, more recently, the Mayor Skeggs Council built the Civic Centre, again with little in the way of rates increases or debt. The Mayor Cull Council, as I've said, built the stadium and put the debt into the council companies accounts, where most of it still sits. The Mayor Hawkins Council, again, added hundreds of millions in debt with climate change spending and cycleways. This council continues to increase debt by $100 million every year, now plans to keep increasing debt by $100 million annually up until next decade, and then hope that it will level off at over $1 billion. That is the plan. That is the assumptions that are in the plan, and I don't believe they are sustainable. I don't believe they are justifiable. I don't believe that we can afford what we've spent, and I don't believe that we can afford what's proposed in the spending here either. I can vote for C and D of this, but I cannot vote for the forecast assumptions on debt, and I can't vote for the operating budgets either. I think it all needs a complete rework, and I've been here before.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the team have done some good work to minimise the deficit operating budget. However, I did ask questions around the Local Government Act, which does require us to have a balanced budget. So I'm actually quite concerned that somewhere a decision was made to take the rates that we consulted on from 10.5% down to 9.95% when we are so close to having that balanced budget. When I look at the feedback, the community engagement feedback in the next paper, only I think 5% of people talked about the rates, and of those, I can't do that percentage in my head, the majority didn't necessarily want that big rates rise, but I think the people that I spoke to were happy with what we were providing for those rates, and I would like us to be getting closer to that balanced budget, and I think that councils need to hold that as we go through this process, because this is a legal requirement unless you've got jolly good reasons not to do it. The other thing I just asked questions around was the eyesight, and I was super concerned that in 2015 the eyesight was funded 45% from rates, and now with this lowering of reduction in commissions, it will be up to 74% in 2025. I'm pleased that it's part of the Enterprise Dunedin review, because it is one of those things that we need to keep an eye on when things are creeping up in that revenue and financing policy. And I guess I know the eyesight and I know the visitor sector, but there's also a lot of other activities that we are delivering that also need that sharp eye kept on. So I think as we go through this process, I want everyone to keep a sharp eye on it and also think about achieving that balanced budget when we are so close to doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I think we heard pretty clearly from the public on what they believed, they wanted from the long-term plan. And I think the key message that I have taken from this report from the Chief Executive's overview is that the capital budget is of 1.889 billion over the 9-year period, with an associated debt level reaching 1.092 billion by 2034, is an investment in the city. We have to spend money on capital infrastructure for the city, and that's imperative. We cannot let that slide like previous councils have. And to give you an idea, I did some numbers and I sent some questions through to Carolyn and the team, asking for some numbers to reinforce this. But in doing some digging over the last period of time, being part of the council in 2015-2016, we supported a 3.8% rates increase because there was a focus on keeping rates at 3% through that period. So from the time I came on council in 2013 through the 6-year period, it was all about focusing on 3% rates increases. The number I found for capital spend in 2016 was the total amount of $40 million. When you look at what that did for the city and how we actually reinvested and what we're having to pay for today, tomorrow, and over the next 9 years, I'm sorry to the community that we are going to have to basically increase the debt by what it is and what this paper is telling us. But when you invest in capital infrastructure, that is good debt. It's like buying a house. You buy a property, you invest in your house, a mortgage is good debt. Your credit cards, bills, generally are bad debt. This council, from what I can see in this report and what the CEO's presented to us, is about investing in the city with good debt. Yes, debt's a bad name for some people, but actually debt is about improving the resilience of the city, improving the livability of the city, and actually creating a future for the city.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Mayhem.
I'd just like to read something from the Controller and Auditor General's report for this long-term plan. So across the nation, all the councils are moving to address historical underinvestment in infrastructure, making progress on making sure condition and performance of their critical assets is good. So they're setting rates higher than they previously have done to fund these increasing costs. Each council's borrowing practices need to reflect its risk profile, with significant increases in infrastructure investment being forecast. Debt throughout local government sector is also forecast to be the highest that has ever been. So I just wanted to point out that this isn't a unique situation for Dunedin, but this is something that all councils across the nation are facing, to Councillor van der Vis's statements. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
And debt to spending ratio and interest is the thing that I'm really going to comment on. So by the time currently our budget is 463 million and our interest is 32 million, which is 6.9% burden on the total spend. Now, by the time we get out to $50 million worth of interest, our turnover will be well over 500 million. I doubt it will go above 10%. And in terms of other councils, had an opportunity to meet with city councils up in Christchurch a couple of months ago, and I said, oh, we're at about 450 a year. You must be about 3 times bigger. You must be around about 1.5 billion. And they said, yep, we're 1.3 billion a year. So in other words, cities are big, and they turn over large amounts of money. And when you take a number out of context and you put it out there, $1 million a week, you're not putting it into the context of what is everything else going. If it's 10%, it's in the realm of what you need to be at in order to achieve what you need to achieve, because the cost of not investing in that capital is a good example. $300 million over there at that stadium, 15 years later it's $700 million. If you keep postponing your capital spend, you're only going to end up paying more for it later, and the interest on it will be twice as what it is if it's twice as much you spent. So we've got to stop having this attitude that capital spend is bad, and I acknowledge debt, but I think we should be writing it off at 30 or 40 years old, not at 5 years old, which is what some people want to write, because there's no point. You don't have a 5-year mortgage on your house.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I think when we sat around this table last year and we made the decision to keep Aurora, we signalled very clearly that there was going to be an impact for keeping Aurora, that rates would be higher than we all would like, and that we would have to think long and hard about everything that would be going into the long-term plan, because we just can't do everything, I think, and that's the problem. We've, if you've read all the submissions and heard the people who came and speak to us, I mean, there's a long list of things that we could do, and it would be wonderful to do everything, but we just have to make the hard decisions, because at some point we do have to start repaying debt. Yes, it's great to have debt, but you can't just keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And I think at the end of this 9-year plan, there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, that we might get to a point that we might be able to start repaying debt. And I think that is a key, that at some point you can't just keep adding to the debt forever. And yes, we need to be prudent, and I think we've all heard very loudly and clearly from the government about being responsible in our decision making and having to make the hard decisions about what we actually can afford in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. Wasn't going to speak on this because it's pretty straightforward, but just I guess in the context of Councillor Vandervis, I wanted to back up what some of the other speakers have said around that capital spend, and it's easy to bandy around those debt numbers. They're real, of course, and we have to be cognizant of them. But as Councillor O'Malley pointed out, that debt to spending ratio is something you should always be focusing on, and that's where the red flag should emanate from. Listen, I'll use the analogy that Councillor Wiley used, actually, of the credit card. And he's sort of right. I mean, on a sort of broader level, if you go to the casino with your credit card and rack up 20k in debt, and you come out of there having not won anything, that's a bad use of debt. But a council, like a business, and if you look across the NZX, if you look at the most successful companies, take the top 5, for example, your Infotils, your Freightways, your Main Freights, Fisher and Paykel Healthcare, they all have one thing in common. They all have very large capital spends. But that capital spend is called something else. It's called investment. And so extrapolating from that, we also have a goal to fulfill our strategic goal to be one of the world's great small cities. And that involves investment. And that investment may not be in returning shareholder returns like the NZX, but that return to our community is art, cycleways, environments, theatres, pools, playgrounds, waste, water, railways, marae, festivals, heritage wildlife. That's a few things I noted down. The list is really long. And the next few days will see us debating robustly, I imagine, around those capital investments in the future of this city, in the future for our children, for the future of our grandchildren. Yes, we must keep one eye on debt, and we must be cognizant of paying that down at some point. But I would argue the best way of paying debt down in the future is having a thriving, robust, welcoming, forward-looking 21st century city that people are banging on the door to come and live in. That is ultimately the best way for us to pay down debt. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Oh, Councillor Gary, yes.
You almost forgot me, Mr Mayor.
No, I hadn't looked at my list yet.
I want to remind colleagues that we are not in 1925, we are in 2025. I'm sure you all know that. And it's a different world that we live in compared with the time when civic buildings were built with little or no debt. And just to remind some of my colleagues, and thank you, Councillor Wiley, for owning the fact that you were there, because not all of our colleagues do. It's as if it was someone else. But all of us, well, some of us have been part of other councils, and it was a different time again. And it wasn't so long since the 3% rate rise, you know, post-COVID or during COVID was just so dramatic. And look where we're up to now. And let's remember what we're doing in terms of our capital spend. We're investing in infrastructure. But ironically, some of those around the table speaking about debt, we're baying from the heights about our lack of investment in infrastructure. Well, we're doing that now, and we made that decision a council or two back. They were brave decisions, and we were on the right path. We're ahead of the game, and we are required to remember the government's requirements of us, and particularly in the water sphere. I did just want to note my surprise at the 10.5% that we consulted on suddenly becoming 9.95%, and that's no criticism of our finance team, but it was a bit of a surprise, and I take the points made by Councillor Barker on that. And finally, I want to just remind colleagues, as others have, that the debt that we are carrying is around intergenerational decisions, sometimes called mokopuna decisions, and wisely investing in our city. And remember what that is. That's investing in our people. And we need to remind ourselves, as we're talking about the dollar figures and the debt, that it's for our people, and we need to keep our people in the city at the centre of our decision making throughout these next 4 days.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I would just like to echo our colleagues who have spoken about investment rather than debt. And talking about the so-called cost of living crisis, I mean, that's for people who can, well, is it? I'd just like to say that the cost of living crisis has been here since the treaty was broken, really. And again, it goes back to principles and values. And as I've said around this table, or not maybe this triennium, we're talking about the voting public here, and that's not to deny the voting public's participation in this process. But think of all the people who don't know what we do and don't care what we do because they're too busy trying to survive, if they have a home and know where their next meal is coming from. But nevertheless, our decisions affect them. So I'm just interested to see that in terms of the submissions that have come, and young people have really asked us to do a lot in terms of their future, and I find it's lacking. So I would just again echoing Councillor Gary, mokopuna decisions and mokopuna and mana whenua should be at the centre of this. Thank you.
Okay, so just a couple of things following on from Councillor Fiso's comments. One of the reasons why we have an unbalanced budget is to deal with the large increase in depreciation we have in our assets. And so dealing with it over a period of time, rather than having a large rate increase, is what we deem to be the best way. So it's all very well, we can have much larger rate increases so that we don't have an unbalanced budget, but the pain that would inflict on our community is inappropriate. It's a question of balance. And so getting that rates rise under 10% is a significant factor in the minds of people as they look at it. And whilst there may be councillors that want to increase it to a much higher level, I don't think the public in general want to see that or be on the receiving end of that. And to Councillor van der Vis's point, of course the debt rises and the debt graph and the numbers are all included in our January papers, so we already know about that. But our debt level is under 200% of revenue. So imagine if we went to a CCO and had the ability to go to 500%. So keeping the constraint on debt is a helpful thing. And, it is really driven at this point in time by the increase in our water systems. We are spending most of that increase in our debt is going to bring our water systems up to scratch. And as Councillor Wiley pointed out, CapEx of 2017, which not that long ago was only 40 million, and now we're spending 200 million. So it's 5 times the capital expenditure, but it's largely on renewals and upgrades to our roads and waters, but improving the infrastructure of this city. But simultaneously, we have plenty of community desire to have things improved. So we need to do that as we go, but in a balanced way. But the key thing with the debt increases that we take on, they are for intergenerational assets, as Councillor Gary pointed out. So those intergenerational assets are best funded with debt rather than a colossal rate increase to make them happen, because that can be paid down over time. And as Councillor van der Vis pointed out, after 5 years of increasing debt, the council, this long-term plan, has the debt increases flattening off. And as Deputy Mayor Lucas suggested, with any luck at the end of that, towards the end of that 9-year plan, we'll be in a position of paying down debt. Now, because we are moving to a position of financial sustainability. So, the financial sustainability in a business and in a council comes in 2 ways. You've got to increase income and decrease costs. We've been working on that. So, with that, I'll now put the motion. I guess we'll have to do it in parts because some people agree with some parts and not others. So let's look at the first part. We'll see how many go with it. In the first instance, so firstly that we note the Chief Executive overview. So, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
Thank you. Part B, approves the proposed changes to the operational budgets. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
Thank you. C, approves the updated significant forecast assumptions. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
And lastly, notes that any resolution made in this section of the meeting pursuant to standing orders may be subject to further discussion and decisions by the meeting. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Nobody. So that's good. We got unanimous on one. So thank you very much. Moving on to item 9, community engagement feedback summary. We have Ms Moran, Ms Nadia, Ms Wesley Smith and Ms De Blick to answer any questions we may have. Do we have any opening comments? Yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. We do have some prefacing comments.
Morning, councillors. I would have noted I had sent an earlier email with the comment on the Edgar Centre roof. Just a technical error meant that was omitted, and a correction of percentages in the table on page 112 on the water services delivery model. We also have just an answer to some questions that we had received earlier on, just bear with me while I get them. We had a question on the percentage of the anonymous submitters. We don't have that answer yet, but we will get that to you when we're able to source that. In terms of page 113.29, we've around zero carbon. So did just get a clarifying comment from staff, which is should have stated one cover submission that included 150 individual submissions as attachments. Relevant paragraph references in the Zero Carbon 9-Year Plan Update Report accurately reflect the number of submissions received. Analysis focused on themes and submissions rather than reporting specific numbers of submitters. Another question on Parks and Recreation, which is from staff. We had, sorry, just bear with me, just looking for that one. Do you have that one out? No, I'm sorry, I'm just looking for the response from the staff member. Did you email? I will look for that and I will come back to you on that one. That's all I have.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora koutou. I would just wonder what is our method for following up for all of the people that have submitted? Do we have something that we send out to them all?
That is a question for the comms team. I think Sharon.
We will be responding to funding requests, community requests, submitters, and we will do a close the loop on decisions made through various media like the web, perhaps the Star. We're looking at options for that.
And my next question is just around the youth hub. There were a couple of submissions that we heard during the process, and I'm not necessarily sure if I can see them captured in here. I've had a couple of brief looks through, but I don't know if it's in here.
I think we had included a comment on youth submitting, but didn't detail the specific comments. Let me. Oh, I should. We don't seem to have it in the report, so.
Okay, is that covered? Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I was just searching for something and now I'll go back to my question. On page 112, specifically around the entry fees, I'm curious whether any note was kept. I only started thinking about it about halfway through and I was not about to go back and search through all the rest of them, so hopefully somebody was more onto it than I. Whether any note was kept of those who said no, how many then went on to suggest another dollar figure. The reason I'm asking that is, for example, of those people who came and submitted in person, around 20% of them said no, but then went on to say $10, for example.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thanks for the question. I probably can't give you the level of detail that you're asking for, but I can let you know that, in regard to the people that did make a comment on the dollar figure and suggested, an alternative, often it was lower, that those people were split between yeses and nos. I can't give you the exact amount, but it wasn't decisive. If you get my drift.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, on here we're saying that 30% of the submissions said no, but if some of those then went on to say yes, actually a charge is correct, but just not the $20, then that's sort of I'm not going to say misleading, but they're actually saying yes to one part of the statement but no to another part, if you see what I mean.
Paragraph 15, page 150 maybe?
Yeah.
That might answer your question. And then 81 people slightly further down in another paragraph it mentions 81 people. which I think is what the mini references. But
what paragraph number? Yep. All right. Okie doke. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gary.
As I've raised with some members of staff, have we put any thought into a mechanism, and it goes back to the point you make about zero carbon and the 150 individual submissions, and if I was to add that, it was 199 in total, and then with Te Awa Otako Peninsula Connection, there seems to be no mechanism for individually counting, for example, the children's ones. And I go back to the table on, let me see, the table where it says, page 110, so under 15 it says 2. And there are actually 61 plus 2. I remember the theatre, I think, were 2 9-year-olds. I'm not sure about the other ages, but there were definitely 61 children from 3 schools who submitted. And this is a problem that we've had before about 10 years ago, and it's challenging. And I won't go into all the details at this point, but I just wonder if we put any thought into a mechanism, because if we want our young people to submit, we need to count their submissions.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. Yes, I believe we need to review our systems to make sure that we're accurately capturing all of the feedback we're gathering from the community.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
So following on that similar theme, how then would we capture the over 1,000 survey responses about the Edgar Centre? Because, I mean, they felt like that they were doing a submission, and a lot of those were young people too. So, I mean, it's a very tricky one when there's a survey run as well. So, I mean, I'm just not sure how you capture that as well.
Yeah, I can't answer that immediately, but I do think we can review the systems that we use and factor in all of the oral submissions that we're receiving as well.
Great. Okay. Councillor Barker.
Because we're raising these things, I know that Business South did a survey as well, and they've got 1,400 members, I think. So how do I put it as a question? Would that be part of your consideration as well when there's membership organisations like Dunedin Host and Business South who are representing their community and have done surveys about counting those as well?
Yes, I think that falls into the same category, and I think if we, sounds like we might have a new job, it sounds like we might need to do a review, but I think we need to take all these things into consideration, because engagement and consultation doesn't necessarily just look like a form. There's lots of different ways that we can connect with our community, and I agree that we need to look at all of those and consider how we are collecting that feedback.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. Now we're on the subject of piling more work on you. If you remember, during the submission process, when the Dunedin Youth Council came in, I raised the question of doing something similar to Central Otago. They run an under-18s youth survey when the document goes out. And considering, I'm looking here, 25% of our population are 19 or under, and out of 799, we get 12 responses. In terms of logistics and costs, there's no reason why we can't just do something similar by shoving a page or two in the document when it goes out. So logistically, I'm seeing thankfully positive heads nodding here. It wouldn't be onerous on us to do that, would it? Great. Hopefully that Youth Council will pursue that at some further date.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from some of the comments around Business South and OUSA, larger organisations like that, I don't know the exact membership number, someone around here might know, but I think Business South sit around 500, 550, maybe 600 members. I could be wrong, so sorry about that if I'm... But they get 5 minutes to speak, and I'm just wondering, I suppose actually this might not be a fair question to ask you, but given this paper is on community engagement feedback summary, do you think that's something we need to review, because those groups represent so many different people?
I'll answer that. Historically, council has chosen how it wishes to hear from groups compared to individuals, and some time ago the decision was made that all submitters get 5 minutes. It is for council to determine if it wishes to change that or not, and it's entirely a decision of council, nothing to do with staff or officer advice.
Thank you. And that's our last question, as far as I can see. Yes. So, thank you very much, ladies. So, that being the case, I'll move the council considers the feedback received from the community through the 9-year plan community engagement process. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And so, in speaking to this, I'll just note that we have some methodology for collecting all of these responses. The main thing that, the main purpose or the main focus of this is that we do have a good number of responses and we do collect them. If we want to get down to how they are measured and managed, if they'd had an extra 60 on the Peninsula Collection, it would be the number one topic on our list on page 111. But if we'd included 1,000 from the Edgar Centre, that would be the number one. And so we're always in this jockeying position as to how many responses collected and how many put in. And so perhaps, you know, as that, I suppose, as this issue, which has been mentioned a couple of times, is discussed, we'll come up with a different way forward and a different amount of time for submitters, or maybe not. Councillors will get to decide at some stage in the future. But for now, this is what we've got. And I think it's pretty comprehensive. I certainly personally like the Squiz Consult, because you can go and find anyone and look at what they said, or look at what they wrote, and then I have my own notes for what they said. And so that we have a lot of interaction with the community, and we welcomed those people who wanted to come to a hearing in person over a course of 4 days. So there's plenty of time and plenty of opportunity, and we ran through that pretty much on time. So nobody was stuck waiting around for a long time for other people to finish. We kept the time so that they could turn up, and luckily many people did turn up just slightly ahead of time, so that sometimes they got called and sometimes they were just waiting for their slot. But I think the process went well, and we did hear a lot from our community. Other speakers, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's not so much about the numbers, to be honest. It's around acknowledging individual submissions. And I want to start by thanking the staff for the enormous amount of work that was done around engagement, preparing all of the printed material, the online work, and just the extraordinary effort that went in a very short space of time, I might add. So my comments are no criticism of that effort. And I would also note that the staff involvement in consultations is absolutely pivotal. Staff need to be present. There's a lot of technical, detailed operational information that often comes up, and I recall last year with the curbside collection there was lots of detail there. It was just great to have staff alongside us, and things could be sorted often quite quickly. They're often operational details, so staff have got to be involved going forward, and it's good to talk about these things while they're fresh. Going to where people are is one of the lessons that I've learnt over time. I've found in the community that when people are passionate about a particular issue, and if they're shoulder tapped and engaged and asked to submit, they will. A lot of people find the process, no matter how much work we put into it, really difficult. They find the system, even online, they find it difficult. Their busy lives. I had numerous people who were really interested in making a submission, but really busy just surviving. So I think that's a message as well. And the other is that no matter how much effort we put in, staff did a great job at this. So again, it's no comment about your work, but people in our community, even confident, articulate people, find coming to council and sitting there a nerve-wracking experience. And you'd be surprised at the people who came across very articulately and confident in their professional opinions and expertise, found the experience nerve-wracking. And so we've got to work harder as a council to make people welcome. We've got to find ways to do that. We've got to continue to involve staff in the process, and we've got to go to where people are. And I just want to finish by saying thank you to the people who did make submissions, took the time, and then those who showed up at the hearings to give us their views on many topics, because the 9-year plan carries the hopes and dreams of our community. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I really want to thank the people behind the scenes who worked really hard to ensure that the councillor engagement sessions went well. Special thanks to Kim and Emily, who went above and beyond herding us cats and organising everything that we needed. And we did go to where many people were, and these sessions at the farmers market were especially good because people actually had the time to talk to us, and I thought those were really valuable. And thank you to the staff who attended sessions with us. I thank the technical water staff who helped with some of those questions that were a bit sticky. But most of all, I want to thank all the people that submitted, that took the time to do it, because we spend a lot of time at those sessions when people would tell us stuff, going, you need to write it down and you need to submit if these are issues that are key to you. We did get feedback that people said, what's the point of submitting? You're not listening to us, but I can assure them that we are listening, and as you see from these reports and from people's attention to that detail, we certainly are listening. It is hard decisions that we have to make, but people are heard. I was interested that we had a third of the submissions from 2021. So in 2021 we had 2,300 submissions, and did make a very bad joke that perhaps we should have had something a little bit more controversial to get more submissions. However, while it is concerning somewhat to have less submissions, I felt the quality of the submissions is very good. And from what I heard from the feedback talking to people, most people were pretty happy with the path that we were on and felt confident that this council was going forward well. There were the usual concerns around the rates and the debt as well. I also think about whether we need to change our methodology. Some of the events that we went to, such as, I think it was, nobody turned up at the North East Valley. We had a lovely little councillor session there. But I think it was Wellington that did a randomised survey. You know how we do the ROS, they did a randomised survey, and it was actually super interesting to compare their consultations with their survey, which aligned quite a lot. So that was quite interesting, but it gives a good benchmark as well for us to think about. So I'd like us to think about next time actually having a random survey going out. And I also went back and looked at our ROS surveys and our quality of life surveys, because I like a bit of a benchmark as well. And those that went back to what people were saying, building infrastructure is the key thing that people are most keen for us to work on, to invest in the city amenities, to finish what we've started, came up as one of those two key points in the ROS survey. That's last year's ROS survey, and it's unfortunate we don't keep getting those comments, which gives us a good finger on the pulse as well. So it was interesting to look at the ROS and the quality of life surveys that said that 60% of people were happy with the city look and feel, and I guess that's quite a bit of the feedback that we got when we were out talking to people was verges. There was people thought we should mow more, people that thought we should let nature go free, but also around some of the challenges, especially in the inner city, when we have quite a few complaints about the bricks or the weeds or things like that. So it was really good to have those, and I think that community feedback is really useful. Thank you to everyone that fed back, and it's helpful as we go forward to make these decisions.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff, and trying to summarise all the submissions was a challenging thing in itself. But I also want to acknowledge the councillors that gave up time and actually stood and talked to the public and engaged. Unfortunately, not all of us did. And I think that's really frustrating for me, because actually it's a great way to actually get a vibe of what's taking place. Sometimes you're only talking to your own community, you're not talking to the wider city. And the sessions I were a part of, I found quite informative, and getting that information and that feedback. And it's an important part of the democracy of this process. So somehow I'd love to see it being compulsory that everybody has to participate. But that's life. You know what? You're elected, you do what you do, and you go on from there. But more so, I'm the one that sort of has asked the question about the anonymous. I struggle when people submit anonymously, because unless, when you get anonymous, and it's been relayed back to me that some people had submitted 15, 20 times as anonymous. That to me is where I start struggling with some of those numbers. So it's about actually identifying and working with the community to get the right results. The other thing, I also asked the question about the Edgar Centre roof and about the number. When you get 1,000 plus people doing a survey for the Edgar Centre roof, I struggled with the fact that's not one submission. That's 1,000 people that took time to engage on an issue for the city. Then you sort of look at some of the others and you go, okay, there's 150 people of carbon zero, and I'll pick that one out. But when you go through that list, there was some of those people did it more than once. So yes, there's swings and roundabouts in how you look at the data and go from there. But the key thing is, I also want to reiterate from me personally to the community, even though you didn't take time to come and submit in person and sit at the table and present your submission was still vital for this process. And for me personally, I've learnt to give balance for the ones that don't have the ability or time to come and submit, but make their submission in a fair and decent way. That's when I sort of take that on board. So I think the part being is that I hate, and sometimes I see it, you end up weighting your position on an issue based on what's been presented in front of you around the table over the course of those 3 or 4 days. But actually all the submissions where people were identified, for me, had weight. And I think that's really important. Again, there was a lot of issues that were covered and trying to get a head around everything that was there. For example, one that stood out to me was the skateboarders. When you look at the skateboard community and what they're trying to achieve in the city, we have to find a way to, essentially support that pocket of people. And it's actually a bigger pocket than some might think. So all these submissions were important. Again, that were clearly identified, and I think that's the important part. And actually, I found, this being my 4th long-term plan, that actually the diversity and range of what was presented to us was actually a lot greater this year. And there was also a lot more realism and people understanding the challenges we're having to face as a council. So that tells me that some of the pre-coms really worked well. And to be honest, I really liked the engagement document that went out. I thought it told an effective story, and I thank all those involved with that as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And just following on from Councillor Wiley, I did see a lot of value on those drop-in sessions, especially at the farmers market. We were competing at the Golden Centre with Make Your Own Bluey, and it's a bit challenging when young children want to take their parents through to doing things like that. But there is the real value in that. And I did wonder, looking at the number of submissions, 799, did I think, as Councillor Parker said, did we need something controversial, or is there consultation fatigue? It's hard to know whether that's the case, or do people think on balance we're on the right track? I don't know. It's those people who have submitted, and even some of those who are anonymous, when you click through, I'll use the example of Otago Youth Wellness Trust. When you look at it, it's anonymous, and then you click through and you realise it's not. And I just think even those people who didn't come to speak know that, well, I personally have read every one of those submissions, and it takes a huge amount of time. If there's 799 submissions, yes, some are very quick to read, but if you take even 1 minute each, that's a lot of time. So I think we need to acknowledge the huge amount of work that goes into reading all of those. And also I'd like to acknowledge those people, you mentioned the Valley Project, but also people like the Dunedin area citizens Association who put on 2 public meetings, and I think, you know, good on them for doing that, and that needs to be acknowledged. And there's a lot in those submissions. There's a lot of information about our community, and even if we don't necessarily make a decision today about some of those points, it's there for the future for us to make those decisions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just had a note about my motion. Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to staff, because there's a hell of a lot of work gets done behind the scenes that a lot of the members of the public maybe don't realise. And also thank everybody who came and presented to us, because it's not easy to sit in front of us. Not that it's us, but just it's quite daunting. It's a big room, there's a big table. And so I really appreciate the effort that they do. What I would say is also, following on from that, really recommend to people, if they've got an issue they really want the council to take notice of, come in and make a personal submission, because I know it's a bit scary, but you get far better. I think, you know, certainly for me, and I can't talk for other councillors, but you remember a lot of those ones when the people come and present in front of us. And even though we still have read the other submissions and we note them, I think you get far more impact if you come in personally and present. So if you've got an issue next time, come in and present to us, because I do think it's worthwhile. What I'd like to say as well, and preempt that I'm going to put a motion later, probably on item 18, to ask councillors to consider giving 10 minutes time for speakers who are community board chairs, so that when they come and represent a community board, that we give them 10 minutes. The reason is because it's not just those people that are speaking, they're representing that whole community. The other one I'd like to look at is Business South, who have many members, and there's other organisations around our city. I'm not sure how we work out exactly who we're going to give the 10 minutes to or not, but I think it will become very apparent. For example, the good example Councillor Wiley gave around the fact that they'd done a survey out to all the members at the Edgar Centre and got over 1,000 respondents. Something like that deserves to have 10 minutes. So I think, you know, you have your individual submissions, but then we do have groups who represent a lot of people. Many of them have asked for 10 minutes, and I think we could give them 10 minutes. They're not speaking for just themselves, they're speaking for all their members, and I think we need to consider that. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Much of what I would have said has already been covered off. I did want to point out the young people that were activated in this consultation process. There were only 2 people under 15 that gave a submission back, and one of those might have just been about cutting the grass on the playing fields, but I loved it that an under 15-year-old was passionate enough about their sport that they engaged with us to make sure that the grass is mown. 43 school children put a submission forward as a group about the Peninsula connection, and they were very moving when they came to speak to us, as were the young people that came and spoke from the Playhouse Theatre. One of the days that I was in the library meeting with the public, I had a delightful little person, 5 years old, come and present to us with some very elaborate drawings that he had made around a cat playground and a cat theatre, and I just loved the amount of energy, time and broad vision, obviously a future designer for our city, and that he'd dragged his dear mum to come along and present to us, and I thought that was wonderful because you know what we're planning here, the next 10 years, is the future of these young people. We are one of the only 2 councils nationally who printed a document that was more than 40 pages long. That was an omnibus of information, and I thought it was a really good insight into where we are at as a council. And the passion for a lot of important subjects showed in the feedback, particularly the number of submissions we had around the theatre network, the Peninsula Connection and the tunnels trails. So that really activated the community, and many of those people were the ones who came and presented and spoke to us too. So they were very passionate. I agree with Councillor Barker. The farmers market seemed to be one of the best places for people to come and speak to us. They were very actively seeking us out. And I'd also like to acknowledge Deputy Mayor Lucas and Councillor Barker, who did the lion's share of the public engagements. I also would have thought we would have received more submitters, 800 compared to more than 2,000 in our previous year. So this seems a little bit low for, I don't know what reasons. Maybe it's just consultation exhaustion. Councillor Wiley raised about anonymous submissions being 338, which is almost half of the submitters we received. We did give 10 minutes to community boards, and they do represent a wider group. So I'd like to thank the staff for the great job that they did in capturing all of the information and comments, particularly on social media. That's new that we've included social media comments.
Sorry, I know it's silly, but it's just to correct that because it plays with the motion later. I don't believe we gave them all 10 minutes, just to clarify.
Look, we're not going to turn this into an argument now. You got your motion coming later. I'm not upholding the point of order. Carry on, please. It's just interruption for the sake of it.
That was the end. Thank you to the staff for doing a great job, and we've got a big job ahead of us these next few days to make sure we please the people and what they've said and what's important to them. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we've covered it, yes. So in coming back to this, just make one observation, and that it's possible, as Councillor Mayhem said, the substantial consultation document that we put out did actually lead to less people wanting to submit because they could see what we were doing and how we were going about it in plain English with diagrams and pictures, graphs and whatnot. I thought it covered our 9-year plan very well, and we did get staff got a lot of compliments on it, and they were richly deserved. So with that, I'll put the motion that we consider the feedback received. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Yes, I thought it was already seconded. Okay. Look, we should be able to get through item number 10.
Could I have 2 minutes, please? I've got a resolution I would like to, a proposed resolution that would be useful to discuss before this item starts.
Yes, okay, so I move we'll adjourn for
2 minutes.
A few minutes,
Yes.
for 5 minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas, all in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. we'll have a resolution, a new resolution on the screen behind me, and which we may want to ask questions of staff about that resolution. But in the first instance, who's got a question? Councillor Walker.
It's just more for people who have forgotten their glasses today and left them at home. Maybe if the motions come up, and sorry, Lynn, they can just be emailed to us because my eyesight for this distance is pathetic. I'm old. Sorry.
It would be good to have it up here, though.
And up there, of course, but I just meant emailed as well. So. Do you want it now? I'll remember my glasses.
Yes, let's put it up.
They're on your nose.
No, that's my...
Right, so there's the resolution, slightly different from what you may have noticed elsewhere, however. So part B is request a staff report on options for the building, incorporating any options presented by submitters at a possible sale. So there's just, it opens up the range of options possible, that's all. Okay, so questions. We have a few. So Councillor O'Malley, followed by Councillor Mayhem.
One of the options that was presented by submitters was distribution of the sale proceeds and ring fence them. Will that be covered by that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's Councillor O'Malley's question covered. Councillor Mayhem. And
he stole my question.
Great. Councillor Gilbert.
Mine is a unique one. Is it possible? So if we were to go through this and say yes, and it's removed and it ends up going towards a sale, is it the concern that a lot of people have shared with me is that the demolition by neglect with the new owner, even though it is Class 1, etc. So one suggestion was put forward that there be a buyback clause in there that if it's not brought up to standard or whatever within a period of time, let's say 2 years, for example, that the DCC has first right of refusal ostensibly to then buy it back to make sure that it doesn't just get left to rot.
Feel free to interrupt me, Chief.
What I would say is that we can structure any sale agreement to ensure that the heritage category is protected as best we can. But I would strongly advise against a buyback clause, because you're essentially buying something that would be in dreadful condition if that's what you were doing. But we could structure a proposal for sale in such a way that we provided the maximum protections possible, noting that nothing is absolute.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
Any other questions? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā korua. Tēnā koe, Madam CEO. I'm just flying a kite here. Just noticed in the amenity requests regarding the youth hub and from Mirror Services. So I'm just asking a random out of left field question. If we were to, as a council, resolve to sort of try and resource a youth hub in the city, as has been requested by young people over several years, what might be the implications if the council resolved to keep it for the young people?
You mean put the youth hub in? Do you mean put the youth hub in the 231 Stewart Street?
We would have to look at costing that up, because at the minute there would be work required on the internals of the building. You'd also want, and this is where Anna can jump in, but I think the access, the disabled access, for example, is slightly challenging. And so if you were, to my mind, creating a youth hub, you wouldn't want it to disadvantage anyone who had mobility issues. And the Fortune is really challenging in that regard, from the little I know. So you are free to do that, and if that was the direction you wanted, as part of the options, we could look at that. There would be significant cost, I think, to council to put it up, to create that in that building.
Okay, right, Councillor Barker.
Just, what was it, page 143, about the yes responses, and it talked about the funds from any sale should be used to support the performing arts. So would that be part of the staff report about, I guess, sort of ring fencing it for performing arts?
So yes, that's what I took from Councillor O'Malley's earlier question. So yes, but that would be part of it. That would be you'd have to look at how much money that was as well and what that meant. But we would cover it as an option in the report. But what that looked like, I don't know yet.
I guess as we cover off on a range of options for the property, community use, whether it's youth hub or otherwise, would be discussed alongside the costs to make that reuse possible. Also, proceeds of sale would be part of a sale option.
The subsequent report would need specific direction on that, because on the use of the proceeds from sale, because staff default position would look to pay down debt with that. But if there was a specific resolution to do something else, then that would need to be part of that follow-up report.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
So, just to be clear, the adjustment on B, the incorporating any options presented by submitters, is in part perhaps not to predetermine a decision about, for example, the okay, yes, cool,
a sale or otherwise.
Yeah, with the potential for getting it back up and going. Yeah, okay,
that's right. Nothing's ruled out. Nothing's specified in. Okay, shall we clear? Ms. Nielsen, further comment.
Perhaps it would be useful in that options report for me to outline the type of costs that would be associated with the reuse of it, whether it is community theatre or otherwise, so you have an understanding of the true scale of that cost.
Indeed. That would be useful. Okay, I think we've covered all the questions. I see no further. Deputy Mayor Lucas?
I'm just kind of thinking on the spot at this amended resolution about incorporating any options presented by submitters, and I'm just thinking of one particular submission where there was a specific use that they wish to have with that, and I'm just not sure whether we would canvass as part of, if this goes through the staff report, how much support there is for that. It's all very fine to have a good idea, but is it supported by the arts community? That's
as part of this, that wording is designed to capture that, but without being more specific.
All right. I think we've got it. Questions? Great. Thank you. So, with that, Councillor Ackland would want to move and speak to this. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think really it speaks for itself, and the questions have sort of covered most things as well, and that is that Part A, obviously there's not much point in retaining the building as on Schedule 2 of the Significance and Engagement Policy of Council. But in saying that, I don't think that it means that we have to sell it, and I don't think that it means that it has to be any particular thing. But what I think that it does mean is that we have a genuine look at just what options there are. Throughout the submission process, we heard of some options, and obviously one that it was certainly said to us very strongly. Now, whether that's feasible or not, we don't know at the moment, but I'd certainly like to find out, and I would like to think that through this motion here, that that staff, hopefully sooner rather than later, would be able to come up with the answers that I think we'd all like to know in relation to various ideas that have been proposed to us, and what sort of response there would be from potential users. And again, we don't really know that because we haven't had any of this put together to us in a sort of a combined sort of way. So I don't think there's much more to say other than the fact that the way I see it is if the old Fortune Theatre building, which was there for the purpose of theatre, could be used in that way again in the future in a pragmatic way, then I think that we definitely need to look at that. And if the costs and the options don't add up, then we've still got the opportunity to a possible sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I was really sad when the Fortune Theatre closed down, and there's certainly an element of nostalgia with it. As a theatre student who, my BA was in theatre, where I've performed in the Fortune quite a few times. I've done quite a bit of work around there. But, you know, in the condition it is now, it is not... the options we have looking to the future, in my opinion, are not around revamping the Fortune. The Fortune has terrible access issues. If those were fixed, that would certainly help, but they'd cost a lot of money, and it's a heritage building, which obviously once again costs a lot of money. I mean, in my personal opinion, I would like to see us move forward with the motions further on around the theatres supporting Playhouse and professional theatre with some seed funding to build their, get something as a professional theatre made specifically for theatre. I think the Fortune had its day. It's not its day anymore, I'm afraid. The building is not in a position to have it, and I think that's where it sits.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the submission process, the public have spoken, and I'm with the majority on this one. It's all about options, and removing the Fortune Theatre from the strategic asset list does just that. Council never purchased the building because we wanted it. We purchased it to bail out the Fortune Theatre Trust, who was struggling financially. And here we are today, left holding the beautiful but costly baby. 231 Stewart Street has a future and will continue to be viewed as a city treasure for all in the future. I also wish to acknowledge there are options on the table for future uses of the building, which I'm sure will be considered before any decision is made if we retain ownership or not. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, a report on options will mean that we find out the true costings around potential future use of this building. 356 people said in the public consultation to remove it from the strategic assets list. There's been no income since 2018, and it costs the city more than $100,000 per annum to maintain an empty space. From 1978 to 2000, 22 years of glory. That was the Fortune Theatre. But by today's standards for theatre practitioners, that building, as beautiful as it is, it's old, it's cold, and it's inaccessible. So let's find another use for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Yes, thank you. I think the decision to remove it from the schedule is the correct one. And I welcome the motion because I guess it relates to the question that Councillor Gilbert asked earlier, because we do need to find a pathway to a process that doesn't end up with a public campaign coming back to us because the building's been neglected. And I think we know that we were involved as a council in making sure the law courts owned by Justice were properly restored. We know we've been responsible ourselves twice for major restorations of the railway station, and clearly because it is a beautiful local Dunedin landmark, we know that if it were allowed to deteriorate, however that might happen, then people would be banging on the door asking us to do something about it. So I think that I agree with the comments made about the theatre access issues and the problems with the building. And I think part of the results of this process will be that more people in the community understand that as well, even though they might not have visited in the last few months or years. So I think this motion gives us the pathway forward to discuss further whatever comes back in that report.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
This motion gives us the pathway forward to remove the schedule protections from 231 Stewart Street, the Fortune Theatre, one of the few remaining beautiful R.A. Lawson design buildings in Dunedin. Cold and expensive to maintain, certainly. But I've got personal experience of taking a cold and expensive and run-down church in Dundas Street. Had no wiring, it had no plumbing, it had no insulation, and personally re-roofed and rebuilt that structure, having bought it for very little because it was destined to become a car park, and they'd looked at the value of the bricks that were going to be in it. The motel behind it wanted to be a car park. I rebuilt the thing, and its value now is off the chart. Every time it has been resold, I wish I still owned it. The Fortune Theatre building is not just a pivotal building, it is an absolutely pivotal prime space, and it is a recognisable icon of the R.A. Lawson era in Dunedin, remembering that other cold and hard to maintain buildings like First Church, Knox Church, Otago Boys High School, and our own municipal chambers, all designed by the brilliant R.A. Lawson, all beautiful, all protected for good reason, and here we are trying to deschedule it so we can flog it off. Can't vote for this at all.
So, are there any other speakers?
A point of order.
Point of order.
Well, there's a heap of misinformation in there. The protection of the building is quite clear. It's articulated in the papers. We are talking about removing it from our schedule, but not anything to do with the historic places, the Heritage New Zealand protection of the Category 1 building that it is.
Thank you. Look, and I do think that's clear, and we're also not saying that we're flogging it off, so you'll need to withdraw that remark. Thank you, Councillor. We'll uphold the point of order.
I can withdraw the flogging off as it has not been, I believe, honestly specified, but I referred to the scheduling here. Our scheduling, not to anything from the historic places.
It's just, you know, gosh, I think, you know, we need to be able to do anything with it. We need to remove it from our schedule of significance and engagement. So, and it does appear that. So, I think. Well, the main thing is we've got rid of the comment of flogging off. What did Councillor O'Malley? You got a further point of order?
Oh no, it's not a point of order. Can I speak?
Yes.
Heritage New Zealand has it listed as Historic Places Category 1, came into effect July 1988. It's protected from demolition and all other things under its heritage protection. This is just taking it off the significant engagement policy. It's not changing its status as a historical building or its protection from demolition or damage. It's not a point of order, I just thought I'd say that out loud.
Yeah, thank you. No, Councillor, stop. Well, please do not speak out of turn. You've had your go. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 231 Stewart Street. I support taking it out of the significance and engagement policy to give us more choice in what its future might be. And what I noticed in the submissions was that not everyone quite understood what that meant, and some folk read into that the risk of demolition, and very clearly it is protected. We also heard very clearly from the community that if we did take it off out of that Schedule 2, and if we did decide to sell it, that any money from that sale should be ring-fenced and directed to the performing arts, in the city, and I would support that. I think that's something we should consider. What I was really impressed by, and this is speaking as a former member of the Fortune Theatre Board, as councillor appointed, is the limitations and difficulties of that building. And they've been alluded to in terms of accessibility, all around also the number of seats and the cramped area and the number of seats required to make it financially viable, and many other things besides. And what I heard from the performing arts community was an understanding, and it's taken a while to get to this point, a realisation and an understanding in a very pragmatic way that this building was no longer fit for purpose for theatre in this city. They've moved on from that, and that's what the core of the performing arts community said, and I heard that loud and clear. And it's not to take away from people having dreams and visions about what might be done with it, but that's what I heard from the core of the performing arts community, and I really compliment them for that, because it's been a tough journey, I know. And it's not that we're taking this decision lightly, but it does give us the opportunity. And we all know that we have amazing heritage developers in this city. Not your common garden developers, they do a particular job, but folk who specialise in repurposing heritage buildings and do it magnificently well. So that might be one of the avenues we go down. But now we've got the opportunity to consider all the options for the building. And my hope would be that we land in a place where that building sees its potential, and it's a really bright, vibrant part of our city, being on the corner in the CBD in Murray Place. It's a real landmark, as has been described, and I think we all want to see it utilised in one way or another, but that's really not for us to do, potentially maybe for someone else to do. So I support the motion and I look forward to the staff report. I'm sure it will be very solid and informative.
Okay, I think we've covered all the speakers. Councillor Barker, no.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've been thinking deeply about this. I grew up in an RA Lawson building, which was probably nearing the stages of demolition by many, many years of neglect. So I have been thinking seriously about this building. At the start, I was all out for going to consultation. However, I think that Councillor Gilbert certainly raised the demolition by neglect, and I don't think that a Category 1 listing gives a building enough protection. Last week we were in hearings around heritage buildings, and there was definitely a Category 2 that had a demolition order on it, and some of these buildings were demolition orders because of demolition. Well, it neglect will say the state where they actually can't be looked after. So having listened to Councillor Vandervis has said, and then also looking up the Heritage New Zealand Puhiri, it does talk about whether it has protection from demolition by neglect, and the answer is no. So my concerns around that would make me not want to support A, but still support B.
Okay. Are there any further speakers? I think we've covered all. I'll just say a couple of words before handing it back to Councillor Ackland. So one of the things we have heard is that an experienced person at renovating a church and that said church becoming more and more valuable over the years, and that said renovator having a whole lot of regret over having sold it every time he sees it further sold at ever increasing value, now has the perfect opportunity to do something with this. But there's also a range of other people in the community that may have other ideas about what they might like to do with this protected building, Category 1. So this motion gives us the possibility of allowing that to happen, allowing people to look at this beautiful church with open eyes and without having to, I suppose, commit to anything other than preserving and protecting it under the terms of the of its schedule. So it looks like we might need to take it in two parts. So having said that, I'll give it back to you, Councillor Eklund, for your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite clear that everybody does see the the building itself as being important to the city, and that we don't want to lose it as a historic building. The Fortune Theatre, as has been pointed out by one or two people, have done their time in that particular facility, and it hasn't turned out well for them in the end. What the reasons behind that were are probably irrelevant now. But it doesn't mean to say that the Fortune potentially couldn't be used in the future for some other part of that industry. So it may not be the professional theatre folk. That's what B relates to here, as to what are the other options available and the costs that go with it to keep it in council ownership, but not be costing us a fortune every year to maintain it, to sit there and do nothing. And so, as Councillor Vandiver said, this is a pivotal building and a really good way to keep a pivotal building, if possible, to be such a thing, is I think in council ownership, so long as we've got some sort of partnership with somebody, whoever it may be, to be able to put it to good use. Because if it's not being used, it just keeps costing money. And if we can't find a way to be able to retain the ownership and have it being used in some sort of positive way, then maybe we do have to look at selling. As the Chief has said, there are ways and means that we can go about setting up a sale and purchase agreement to, as best we can, protect the building. But as Councillor Barker said, that even the Category 1 status doesn't protect it from demolition by neglect. And so I think the first step here really is, and to be quite honest, whether we remove it from the schedule or not in terms of our own policy doesn't bother me too much. I will be supporting that we do, because then at least we've got options further down the track as to what we might do if we can't find another use. But my biggest focus here is that we really do try and find a way to repurpose the building in a way in which it can be a benefit for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go with part A. We'll see how many. So division, righto.
Councillor Eklund.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandivis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-3.
Thank you. Part B.
Yep. Division.
Do we need division? Yes. No. Okay, so part B, all in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. There we go. So perhaps we can have another unanimous vote for the next one. I move we adjourn for lunch until 1:30. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye.
I think we do need the hour. There's a lot of resolutions.
Really? Okay, so 1. cultural institutions as opposed to live performing arts institutions. It's still under the same umbrella of Aratoi. Okay, so Mr. McCracken is coming to the table, and Ms. Graham, do we have any? I feel sure that Mr. McCracken will have some prefacing comments.
I don't actually, Mr. Mayor. I think the report hopefully speaks for itself. I'm really happy to answer any questions that councillors may have.
Any questions? Councillor Helene.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in the report it states that the money, it looks like it's saying the funds that could be made, estimated that we could get off this, are very minimal. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say minimal, but we have budgeted conservatively at this stage and taken a light enforcement approach to minimise the operating costs of enforcement.
It's going to cost us to do it, isn't it?
No, we've been working on the on a model where there are no additional staffing requirements or any other budget requirements, and just further to the Chief's comments about the estimate, that's an estimate of income which is based on an estimate of how many people will be required to pay, with an estimate of how much slippage we will have, because we are taking a light touch towards collection. And so a lot of estimation is going into this, but 150 is a conservative figure, and we are confident that will be collected.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Thanks for the report, and thanks to the public for feeding back. Mr. McCracken, in terms of that light touch to collection, is that modelled on the same model as Te Papa?
It's modelled on the same kaupapa, where you are messaging the collection, and the requirement for, in this case, international visitors to pay that attendance fee. But we are not funneling people through a choke point and interrogating each one of them as to whether they are, internationals or not.
Which pivots into my second question, related to my recent visit to Papa, and I would ask you, are you aware at Te Papa, which you will be, that they do have quite a resource funneling people and then a resource on the desk? Because I was just a wee bit perplexed with the paper suggests there is no resource. So to me that means a sign.
Yeah, look, the last time that I was in contact with Te Papa, the description of the collection process didn't involve, cattle herding, but look, our space is quite different to theirs as well. When we've thought about the operational model and the spaces in the Toitu foyer and the DPAG foyer, there will be an opportunity for the staff behind the desk to make eye contact, with everyone that's coming in, and the opportunity for us to, promote this charge to the people that, for whom it applies to, and I think that's what we mean by light touch.
Okay, and second question is it a fair reading, and I've gone over them again, a fair reading of the submissions from the public where people did decide to comment that, A, the overwhelming response from the public in favour was pretty much the comment that it's what everyone else does, and secondly, was I reading it correctly when people representing, whether directly or indirectly, both this building and Toitu were pretty much against the charge? I'm just asking, was that my correct reading of the submissions?
can you just clarify that second?
Second part, and people who came in, so for example, I think somebody from the Toy 2, I forget their name, they were pretty much against it. So people at the cold face of the institutions broadly didn't want it, the public wanted it, and the main reason behind that was, from my reading, it's what everyone else does, so let's do it.
Yeah, look, I didn't follow all of the submissions, but from what I understand, most of the submitters, did have some concerns, which they articulated to you. With regard to the 9-year plan consultation, I analysed all of those, and I read them in two parts. The first was the binary yes or no. And then of which there was something like 75 people who submitted and gave us that feedback. And then there were about 280 people who provided some commentary. It's really difficult to pull anything definitive out of that commentary one way or another. Councillor Gilbert asked a question in a previous discussion about the pricing structure and whether it was too high. Now, with regard to that particular comment, there were 81 people, I think, who made it, and they were broadly divided between people who supported the fee, but it's too high, or people who were opposed to it because it was too high, or for a number of other reasons. We couldn't make any kind of meaningful an analysis. So I think those comments they provide colour to the submission process and that binary yes or no.
Final question is, in terms of analysing data, this one you can analyse, but I don't ask you to understand why. It is the case from evidence and data from across the planet, actually, where they've introduced a visitors only, so locals free, visitors only. For some weird reason, local visitation also falls off. That's clear from the data, isn't it?
Yes, that is an inference. That is a trend. And that's the challenge for us about messaging potentially.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. So a question about when we got the report in January, the financial forecast was done on entry at $11, and now that has changed to $20. So at $11, there was expenses, additional labour, loss of retail margin, and additional marketing. So when you've, I guess, reforecast that, so the first one you had $75,000 as the well, let's just say extra money that was going to come into council. So have you recast it using those figures to get to $150,000 per year?
You'll have to forgive me. I wasn't at that January council meeting. I was on extended sick leave. But the more complicated financial model was one based, I think, on the original resolution by council, which was to implement a charge for non-residents, and that's a different operational proposition, with more cost attached to it, and more revenue. When we collated that data, we used some very old data from 2014, and to make that data consistent in that financial model, we had to use a willingness to pay sum that was decided on by the respondents to that survey in 2014, and adjusted for inflation, that was an $11. Sum. So we ran that through the model, and that gave us the the income. But it also told us how many people would be willing to pay, and how many would turn around.
So there were two tables there. One of them was the non-Dunedin resident entry fee model, and the other one was the international visitor entry model based on 32,000 international visitors. And so I'm just trying to understand if you just kind of reuse the model that you were using in January to come up with the figures that you have now of that 150,000.
Yeah, we did.
Great. Councillor O'Malley.
Just getting the numbers in front of me. So $150,000 divided by 20 is 7,500 people, and you just 32,000 coming through. So you're talking about, and by look at me, it's about 23%, so a quarter. Is that what you modelled, that a quarter of the people would be coming through, that were international, would be paying?
Yeah, I mean, I can be more complex than that. You know, about a quarter of our visitation over the two institutions is international, we think. There will be a proportion of those that are adults and will be subject to a fee. We know that half of those people will not pay to get into Toitu, and 3/4 of them will not pay to get into the DPAG, based on that survey data from 2014. We also know that there will be some slippage if we are not rigorously collecting by having more staff doing that. So that's the arrival of that figure.
That's perfectly reasonable. So 50% or 25%, depending on the institution. Because my next question is $150,000 against what's the total operating cost of both organisations?
It's I think $11 million all up. I think thereabouts. In terms of total cost.
Because I'm talking about, we're doing cost offset and cost recovery here in this, and I'm looking at, this is for the councillors, so if it's 11 million and we got 110,000, that'd be 1% of the operating costs recovered by charging a gate fee. Yeah, so we're talking 1 to 2% of cost recovery by changing our total interface with everybody. That's a comment to everybody else, you don't have to answer that one.
Okay. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I just wondered, there's donation boxes in both institutions, so do we know how much of a contribution comes from the donation boxes now annually from both, or either Toitu and DPAG?
So last financial year, the combined income from those boxes was around $30,000.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and I might be finance, but I need to answer this question. So the suggested here of the revenue of 150,000, that's not included in our draft budgets at this stage.
It isn't included.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just going back to, in terms of the whole softy touchy thing and ascertaining who is and who isn't deemed one who should pay. I guess my question is, when is an international visitor and when are they not? For example, I'm visiting for 2 weeks from Burkina Faso, or I'm an au pair here for 6 months from Vietnam. How do they, what is their status in terms of getting access to our wonderful institutions? There's going to be a lot of anomalies in here that we haven't even begun to think about. So, and whether we like it or not, soft touch to me means a box, but I don't feel that's what we're suggesting. Is going back to the first bit, do we have any way of ascertaining when somebody is here visiting or living? It's a hard one, eh?
Yeah, look, our approach would be to invite international visitors to pay the fee and invite them to self-identify as international visitors, rather than provide an endless list of definition.
Yeah, self-identification is fine. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you. So, obviously, if this charge is implemented, we're going to have a drop-off of visitation in terms of numbers. And I know that's crystal ball gazing, but do you have an idea as to what sort of percentage of drop-off it may be between the two facilities?
It is a crystal ball gazing exercise. Other examples of this are around the 40% mark.
Right. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. That pivots into something else you've reminded me of. Again, I'm going back to submitters, and I can't remember specifically who, but again from the institutions, there was a worry that because of that drop-off, there'd be a commensurate drop-off in sales, obviously down Toitu in the cafe, and of course in the gift shops. And I presume that's a real fear.
That will be a factor. I'm just not sure what kind of factor it'll be.
Councillor Barker.
I'm just wondering where the 40% drop-off came from, because I'm just looking at the Te Papa figures where they said they were tracking above their targets and they had expected a small number of walkaways or negative feedback, and that it shows that it's been smaller number. So I just wonder, when you talk about the 40% drop-off, is that looking at what Te Papa have done recently as well?
We haven't used any data from Te Papa. They've only been doing it since September. So that and I'm reaching into my memory. I think that 40% is a standard figure. I think Auckland Art Gallery experienced something like that a number of years ago. It's a pretty safe estimate, I think. And I just would also add, when we do the benchmarking, when we do the analysis, the other thing that bubbles to the surface is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all scenario where one city, one institution can extrapolate what's happened in another city or another institution and know definitively what's going to happen. What works in Auckland, may not work in Wellington or Dunedin. If you're doing this in Rotorua, that is a completely different proposition. So we're, when we're making these estimates, we're trying to factor in, like for like. And be realistic and robust at the same time.
Very good. Councillor Wiley.
So just looking at Auckland, for example, the Auckland Art Gallery, the numbers fell by 119,000 after an admission fee was introduced for international visitors, dropping from 534,000 down to 415. Now that, to me, talks about a lot closer than 20 to 25% than it does 40%. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's just one of a number.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it fair to say that it seems like in some places when people come in and they see there's a charge, they don't necessarily connect that with it being just for internationals, that there's some confusion and some locals think that that charge applies to everyone. Do you think that's the case?
Anecdotally, yes, and there was a charge at the Art Gallery in the mid-90s when we moved to the Octagon, and again, anecdotally, that is the perception in the organisation as to what was happening. So that's the challenge, the messaging challenge for us if these charges are adopted, to educate, the local community that they will not be asked to pay an entry fee.
On the other hand, do you think if there was a charge, tourist operators might find it quite appealing to have a charge and do it as part of a package or something?
Yes, some sort of marketable, commercial product that we can work with tourism operators, much like we do at Ulverston and Lanyuan.
Okay. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you'd think we were debating sort of 1.5 million here. I think we're all having two goes at questions, Cam. You're under the microscope. So we're looking at potentially $150,000 income. Now, if it's, let's not hold you to 40% drop in visitorship. It could be 30%, 25%, whatever. Is it reasonable to suggest that, and you've already highlighted the retail drop-off of a relative amount would happen with having the charge, i.e. the visitorship lower. And the same thing would apply to the donations as well, wouldn't it? So as if you're charging, that 30-odd-K you say comes out of donations, is probably going to really reduce big time. So that 150 is probably going to very easily come down to maybe even half that. And as Councillor Melody has already highlighted, we're talking, the 150 is maybe 1% of the total cost of operating both facilities. So is it fair to say that the 150 that we're looking at really could be 2/3 or even half of that by the time it's all said and done?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, look. Again, look, we've done our level best to try and foresee, what the income may be, and what the potential, negative impacts, to other income might be. But we don't know until we actually do it. I will say that.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Just turning back to the donations, I'm surprised it's as much as 30,000, so that's interesting. Do you have any idea of who makes the donations? As in, are they visitors to the city, international visitors, locals? What would be your sense?
Yeah, we have absolutely no data about that whatsoever, and I can't give you anything anecdotal.
That's fine. I had noticed that at the Otago Museum they've put different wording on their donation boxes, and I'm assuming that's something that we'd look at doing. And so I want to get an idea of physically how's it going to be different. Is the desk going to be in a different place? And you did say there wasn't going to be a choke point. The donation box is different, and signage. Would those be the three things, or not?
Yeah, I really don't want to get drawn into a sort of a really operational conversation. Suffice to say that that we will make some changes potentially to the way that the layout operates in those spaces. Where the desk might be, where the donation box might be. Certainly, what kind of signage and messaging greets people as they enter the space. So
that's helpful. Thank you. I just wanted to get my head around the practical changes, or the kind of practical changes. Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. Mr. McCracken, you mentioned the charge that was implemented on the shift from Logan Park to here, which has obviously been discontinued. Can you give us any information about what led to the decision to scrap that?
No, not off the top of my head. It was removed, I think, by council resolution in 2004 or 5 from memory, and I think there was some the discussion was around growing the visitation and being able to offer, more people arts and culture experiences.
Councillor Weatherall.
Back to the 30,000, I just want a clarification around that. Is that over both institutions, Toitu and the art gallery?
That's correct, yes.
So I'm sure it's not down the middle. Do you know what the art gallery would get and what Toitu would?
Yeah, look, I think it was 12 or 13 at the art gallery, and the remaining, what is it, 18, 17 at Toitu. Just while I'm talking, and I have been asked about the messaging and wording. It's interesting that we changed the wording on the donations boxes about 5 years ago. It was pre-COVID. We were getting far less through the boxes because our message was, it's free to come in, and would you give us a donation? And the behavioural psychology around that message is ultimately a negative one. You're saying to someone, this is you don't have to pay for this, but can you pay for it? And that's a negative. So our messaging at the moment, and that we implemented 5 years ago, was there is a cost to coming in. We're going to charge you nothing, but we're asking you for a donation, and that proposition is about paying something but actually making a saving. And I think within a couple of months we had a huge spike, which has maintained in donations. So it was about 5,000 over the two institutions before that. And we kind of, we were able to grow that, 5-6-fold subsequently.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right. We've covered it. Oh, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Are you aware that the DPEG Society has concerns about charges?
Yes, Councillor.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, Councillor Wiley has indicated a desire to move. Is there a seconder for that? Oh, sorry.
It's in the order paper, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Let's have a look. What have you got?
It's in my order paper.
You're saying 20, Andrew?
And essentially, well, we've just got implements an entry charge, but it's a soft entry charge.
From 1 July 2020. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be like, I suppose they can put it, we haven't really discussed the mechanics of how they're going to pay, but yeah. So, any further questions? Yes?
Well, read as it is, it looks like we can put a gate up and charge them $20 entry.
Yes. So, actually, I didn't ask. Perhaps it's not too late to ask Mr. McCracken a couple of questions. Would you leave the delivery box, the donation box, just as it is, and if anyone comes to the counter, then discuss it with them? Or
Look, I think that we would make some operational decisions about that as the implementation process rolls out.
Yeah, righto. Councillor Bispo.
Well, it's also a question consequent on what's on the board now. That these three Australians who come to visit pay their $20 here each, and then they hear about Toitu and they go down there, they pay again.
Well,
I'd want to know.
Yeah, and that's an operational decision, whether there's a twofer or there's a what?
If I might, can I
Yeah.
Well,
Councillors, what I would suggest is if you do this, then the fees and charges as part of the 9-year plan when you adopt it in June would reflect how we were going to operationalise it.
Councillor Gary.
I'm wondering if the intent is at each of those establishments, it should read at both Toitu and the Dunedin Public Art Gallery, if that's what the intent of the mover is.
Yeah, same. Toitu and the DPAG. Yeah. I think Councillor Malley.
I'm conscious of the fact that when you pass a resolution and someone looks at it a year later, they interpret it in the literal fact that's in front of them. And as I read that right now, we are going to implement an entry charge of $20, which is not quite what's in the papers, which is that we ask them to pay the $20. We don't enforce it. But as I read that, if I was a staff member looking at it a year later, I would actually have a gate and a $20 fee put in there. I think that is not ambiguous enough, or too ambiguous. I'm not sure which is the way it is. There's a missing word in that first line, in my opinion.
Or it might be that there's a missing B. Notes that this implementation will be a non-enforced, I don't know, something.
So long as the intent is captured as well, because at the moment I feel the intent is missing.
Yeah, do we need to
Yeah,
adjourn
optionally.
to figure this out?
Can we have 2 minutes, councillors,
Yes,
to try and sort
I
it?
move we adjourn for 10 minutes. Well, 2 minutes. Second to Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Carried. It's essentially what it means is that how the entry charge is implemented is an operational decision, which will be made by the powers that be and the operations management of Toitu and DPEG. Okay, we're all here, ready to go. Cameras to roll again. Are they started already? Very good. Okay, so we have the motion. Here you see it on the screen behind me. We moved by Councillor Wiley, who will now speak to it. Who was the seconder? Councillor Gilbert, yes?
Yeah, I was going for 10, but I'll go for 10.
Okay, so, yes, so seconded Councillor Gilbert. Your turn. The microphone is all yours, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who submitted on entry charges at cultural institutions. I actually thought it was quite a positive in the number that we received. There was a very positive support for implementing a charge for international visitors to visit DPAG and Toitu. 59% of submitters supported a $20 charge. I agree, not all supported. 41% said no to an introduction fee. Out of that, on paragraph 15, it states, mentioned by 81 respondents that felt the fee was too high. The most frequent theme in the comment is $20 is too expensive. Many suggested $10 as more appropriate alternative. So even though they may have said no, they actually believe there should be a charge. We then go down to paragraph 18, where they feel it was unwelcoming to international visitors and other negative feedback. 47, that's less than 10% of submitters, singled this out. When we take the submission form, talked about how we would be a conservative estimate in revenue of $150,000 per annum, even if numbers go down initially. And we've had the reference to the Auckland Art Gallery, where they saw their numbers go down from 534 down to 415, which was a 22% drop-off, and they've now rebounded back up to 480, and that was at the end of 2023. So they've seen the numbers go back and the acceptance of it. We also need to note there'll be no additional budget will be required for staffing or marketing, and we heard that, and there'll be no impact on levels of service or debt. I also noted through some submissions opposing an international fee believe there would be a formal entry counter. There would be barriers where people would have to provide evidence of being local or resident of New Zealand. No, it's not. It's about the individuals acknowledging they are international visitors and accepting that paying is part of their entry. I want to acknowledge that this entry fee would not be applicable to international students, and we've heard that around this table, plus in the submissions. It wouldn't apply to international students at the Polytech, the medical school, or residents of our city, as they are living, studying, and some may be working here. This includes people like my wife with her Canadian accent. I also anticipate some in answering hadn't seen the note in our consultation about the increased revenue, approximately $150,000, as they said it wouldn't generate any revenue. Te Papa has proven that statement is wrong. They garnered over $750,000 in the first 2 months. I believe the entry into Te Papa has continued to go smoothly. I want to acknowledge the submitters that mentioned if you paid an entry fee at one, you could get free entry into the other. I like this idea and believe that would increase visitation across both. I also agree with the concept of a pass. I noted submissions around a Dunedin pass. That is something that is a lot of merit for especially international visitors that I believe would increase length of stay and spend in the city. But that is operational, and I'll leave that up to Ms. McCracken and his team and the tourism industry to bring to life. But this is the first step to create these opportunities. I struggle with the arguments around that Toitu and DPAG should be free. Fair rates, our residents help fund these facilities. I'll reiterate what I said back in January. It should be noted that we charge a 3-year-old to go swimming in our pools. It's $1.70 going up to $1.90. $1.70 at Sinclair Pool. For our local school children who use our pools, the cost is $3.90. Yet some around the table wondering if we should charge $20 for an international visitor, aged 60 and over, to visit Toitu and Dunedin Public Art Gallery. I'm sorry, there's a methodology that's wrong here. We want to charge our preschoolers and our school-age children to use our pools, but you don't want to charge international visitors to these two attractions. Please remember, 59% of submitters supported implementing an international $20 entry fee charge. I look forward to your support.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly on that analogy, I was just thinking about it there. If you're poor and you want to go swimming, you go down to the pier and jump off into the sea. But if you're poor and you want to see the Van Gogh, you can't go and see the Van Gogh. Anyway, back to what I prepared. I voted in the past to take this to public submission because I was really keen to see what people out there had to say. And to be honest, I was quite underwhelmed by the responses. And why do I say that? I think it came up in questions. I was perplexed at how many people in favours responded simply with the comment, "It's because what everybody else does." And correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we were aspiring to be the city that's innovative with a point of difference. And I don't think doing what everybody else does is going to make us stand out from the rest. Another important point for me, and we've talked about it a lot around the table now, is the fact that this is predicted to generate about 150k per year, and that assumes that there's no extra resource required to gather that small dollar amount. And again, you will have picked up from questions. I purposely popped into Te Papa for 45 minutes when I was last up in the capital to see what their soft touch entry looked like. Admittedly, they're not forcing people towards the pay area, but when I was there, they had 3 or 4 people solely dedicated to politely asking people and directing them to the pay desk. And at the pay desk, there was always an absolute minimum of 3, sometimes 4 people there taking the entry fees. So I don't know about anybody else, but that's a resource, and that resource comes at a cost. So I just think it being resource-free is not possible. But let's assume miraculously it's a zero cost to collect the entry fees. The feedback raised during submissions raised multiple concerns, any of which, if they come to fruition, I think is simply not worth the projected 150 income. To me, we are nickel and diming people at the risk of a fatal reputational own goal. And I'll use my nephew was here recently, 20-year-old from the UK, loved Dunedin, didn't want to come because he'd heard it would be an awful place, loved it, did lots of stuff, sent him off to Taitu. He went home and lo and behold, there on his Instagram, he's got wonderful pictures of our institutions. Guarantee my nephew Blake as a student wouldn't have paid $20, so you've lost one already. And don't get me wrong, if we were talking about 1, 2, 3 million here, it'd be a different story. I'd be all over this. I think I'd be slightly more convinced. But even then, you'd have to persuade me around the data from across the world that shows that some locals, for multiple reasons, just won't use or return to their own museums and galleries, even if it's free for them. And finally, it was pretty clear from the submissions, from the institutions, from those working at the coalface of these organisations who came to speak to us during submissions that they don't want it. They know their facilities better than anybody. They know what they're talking about. They have a vested interest in doing what they think is the right thing, and it would be wrong of us not to listen to them. And I remind you, just in a few points, when I researched this further last night, free museum entry promotes inclusivity, encourages broader participation in cultural experiences, and aligns with the idea that cultural resources are for the public good. And it's not just about the public good, it's about social equity, cultural enrichment, learning opportunities, and perversely, as some submitters from our institutions who spoke to us said, free entry can encourage longer visits and increase spending in museum shops and cafes, leading to alternative revenue streams. Paid entry will likely affect those alternative revenue streams. So for me, it's a no-brainer, guys. Let's ditch what one submitter from the public referred to as this mean-spirited proposal. And just on the mover's point, I could broadly support some of the other suggestions in the future that involve much lower entry fee or perhaps a $20 visitor pass for multiple institutions. But even then, I think it would need to be robustly analysed and well thought through using evidence and data from elsewhere, as we do not want to fall into the trap of some of the many disadvantages that I have alluded to in my rambling speech. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will support this. The visitor sector's been asking for a long time for us to look at this, and then when we look at the 59% of people that support the entry fee in the submissions, that's been very important to get that statistic, but also to read all of the submissions and actually have the conversations with people about why they think it's important to have an entry fee for international visitors for those attractions. And specifically, I guess, part of it comes down to those cruise visitors who people think perhaps don't leave enough money behind, perhaps a cup of coffee, and who are coming into the Toitu, the art gallery, and not contributing anything to those institutions. And I actually do feel quite strongly about that, and I looked after cruise for an awfully long time when I was destination manager for the council, and I was very concerned about, let's say, getting more money out of cruise visitors. Let's just go there. And I feel they should be paying for things that are provided to them free. I also, as Deputy Mayor Lucas asked about whether that $150,000 was in the budget. So if we don't agree to charge, then we have to find an extra $150,000 in the budget to fill that gap. I would support doing $20 for 2 institutions. I think that was actually one of the ideas that we need to think about, rather than paying separately at each one. I looked at the Te Papa stats because they have someone lagoimed them. So that was very interesting to see that they actually did maintain their visitor statistics when they looked at the domestic visitation numbers from the previous September to the September where it started. They were down 6%, but what they say is actually the school holidays went over that period, so actually they weren't down in those domestic visitors. They also increased their donations by 33%, which is very interesting, and they also increased their visitor satisfaction at the same time. So when we actually go and look at what they've done, and then look at those statistics as well and what they've actually brought in, which was more than they were thinking they'd bring in, I think that's actually important for part of doing this. So I do support those. I really did hear a lot from the community support in those conversations as well, and some of that was about, well, that it made people and not feel valued, and that the stuff in our art galleries in Toitu, and that our stories were valuable for our visitors as well, and that they did need to contribute to that.
Great. Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm surprised the Toitu and the art gallery have been put in the same bucket, because in my view they're totally different organisations and we should look at differently as well. The Dunedin Public Art Gallery Society have submitted against entry charges for international visitors, and I've listened to their concerns, mainly around the possible negative impact on international visitor numbers and local visitor numbers. Another interesting negative impact coming out of charging was the fact that the generous bequests of money and art which the art gallery has appreciated forever may now dry up over a door take of $20. And if the art gallery has been receiving around $12,000 from donations in the foyer, I'm sure we will lose the majority of that income also, which would leave the gallery with a net gain of only around $50,000, which is not enough for me to support this. Also, we are presuming all international visitors are honest. May I suggest they are not. This is a messy motion and I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Again, as I said this morning, this is all these decisions are about political will and principles and values. And so my key principle and value here is manaakitaka, looking after the people. And I don't know, maybe we think that these international visitors, I mean, I don't know, maybe they're millionaires, but the people that I, see on the street don't appear to be millionaires to me. And I just think it's against our values, if we hold them dear, of looking after people who come, both our residents and our visitors, if we really hold that principle of manaakitaka, mana enhancing practices, then we wouldn't be making this decision. I personally believe that we should not be charging children and young people to enter the pools, but we're in a neoliberal blah 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 constrained economy, so yeah, everyone pays, users pay. And I always will remember in the first 2018 long-term plan that I was part of, solo mothers saying to me, I cannot afford the bus and the admission fees to Moana Pool for my 4 children. Knowing in Auckland, for example, there are young people in South Auckland that have never been across the bridge. So when we're making these decisions, we've got to think about people who don't get to the pool, who don't go to the movies, and who have never necessarily been to Berwick or any other camps not too far out of the city. There's some kids that never get out of the city. So I'm not going to be supporting this. And I echo Councillor Weatherall's point. Visitation numbers for across the board, not just international visitors, but residents. And we should be looking after our residents.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this. I am concerned about what effects it might have on general visitation. We saw the effect just the closure of Nova Cafe had on visits to the art gallery over that period of time. There are a number of New Zealand institutions that currently charge an entry fee: the Auckland War Memorial Museum, Te Papa, and the Auckland Art Gallery. When Auckland introduced its fee in 2018, the visitors were 500,000, 534,000, and in 2019, the following year, it had dropped to 415,000. That's 120,000 less people. The international visitor numbers were 88,000 and they halved to 44,000. Half the number of international visitors. My concern for a place like Dunedin is that we don't have the population or the volume of visitation. The Sargent Gallery in Wanganui introduced a visitation fee in the 90s. They saw that visitation plummeted and they removed that after just 3 months. The Len Lai Centre in New Plymouth charges $15 for international people and locals are free. They're now concerned that they are far off achieving their visitor number targets and they're looking at addressing that fee. Hawke's Bay dropped its admission fee. Generally, Australian museums and art galleries are free and they mainly charge for special exhibitions or attractions. And I believe that's the case with Te Papa too. Just a charge, if you want to go and see Vivienne Westwood's jewellery or a Van Gogh exhibition. So considering that the operation costs for Toitu and the Public Art Gallery $11 million, bringing in 1% recovery of costs that we might get through donations at the door seems fairly nominal for me, when I think it would be a deterrent to general visitation. And I also just believe in principle that it should be free for people to come. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the visitor sector has been calling for this, but I would argue that that's the commercialisation of art and cultural history. And maybe in that activity they don't like seeing people going somewhere for nothing when they have paid activities themselves, but however, is it the responsibility of us to send people back there just because of that? 35 years ago I went to New York City for the first time and came across my first paid institution, and there were 3 that I have never visited in Manhattan because I just wasn't going to pay the entry fee to go in. It was also the first time I saw homelessness, and that is not unrelated. We are in a user pays environment, And it's almost to the point where some people, I'm not saying that's the decision today, but I certainly know there are people out there who just can't stand the idea that someone will get something. And we're talking a really, even if it's 2%, a 2% offset of charges, costs, and yet you put a barrier in front. And I'll go back to my experience of being in the United States. A resident with a foreign accent, even a citizen with a foreign accent, if you're in this environment, you go in and you open up your mouth, even if you are allowed to be there, you will be conscious of the fact that everybody doesn't know who you are and doesn't know your immigration status, and that will make you uncomfortable in and of itself. And now you might even feel you've got to pay because you've got a New Zealand accent in America or an American accent here in New Zealand. I do think they end up causing a whole heap of uncomfortableness, and that's one of the reasons that it doesn't work. And it doesn't return. Seriously, 2% change at best. And if you have a 15 or 10% change in people coming through the door, you'll probably have a bigger hit on your institution than you would have in your cost recovery. So it doesn't make mathematical sense in my end because it's not enough to bother. If it was 10 or 15%, I would say yes, we'd have to consider it carefully. And it sends another message. We are a bit cheap. Seriously. 2% return and we're still going to insist on you paying. That's cheap.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Vis.
I agree with a lot of people that have spoken so far, Councillor Malley just now, Councillor Weatherall before in particular. If there was a decent return available from the $20 charge, I'd be all over it like a rash. I love money. Goodness knows we need it. But there really isn't enough going to be coming out of this as I see it. The real issue, though, is not even financial for me. For me, these are our cultural treasures. One of the things I like best about coming here is the hotiery that I see every time I go through those glass doors. It's a spooky mirror thing that just gives me a feeling that you wouldn't want to try and put a dollar value on. We've got an experience issue at the art gallery, and we have an experience issue at Toitu. And it's the experience of being able to waft in there and to be able to see what's there and then to explore further what's there. That experience would be severely curtailed. If A, you have to justify being over 16, obviously I'd have to show ID and stuff for that. And then, are you a foreigner or not? These sorts of considerations, whether you're local or whether you are a foreigner, are barriers that have been alluded to, and I think that they would simply dull the joy of being able to go to both Toitu and the art gallery. What I particularly like is what Otago Museum has done, and that is they've made it free, they've kept it free, and then they've done these extra special things that if you really want to, you can pay for. If we're going to get some return out of the art gallery or out of Toitu, that is a road that I'd be very happy for staff to go down. So much as I appreciate that there are good arguments for charging people for things, there is a tendency for us not to value things if we're not paying for them. And I appreciate the arguments for this $20 fee. But at the end of the day, what you end up with is just not enough. And the barriers that other people have been quite eloquent about are just too great. So that's my reasons for voting against.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Like many of us around the room, I've spent plenty of money paying for entrance fees to galleries in the United States and Europe. And sure, it's generally the norm. But as Councillor, dual citizen Councillor Walker mentioned earlier, because someone else does it doesn't mean that necessarily we should. I've always thought that it's rather special that we have not only such a fabulous art gallery in our city, and yes, I was part of the council that fought a very bloody fight over moving the collection into this three refurbished buildings. Thank you, Robert Tongue. But people didn't take long till they saw the value of doing that. And since then, I've always been proud that we didn't charge for entry, apart from a short period that was referred to earlier. And I've always been really delighted at the reaction when I meet people on the street, visitors or locals or people from other parts of the country, to point them in the direction of this building and just reinforce that it's not only a gallery that contains a collection that's equal first in this country, but it doesn't cost anything to walk in and look at it. So I won't be supporting this motion. I haven't supported it on the previous two occasions that I've seen it rear its head. And I think the comments that Councillor Walker also mentioned earlier encapsulate my reason for not supporting it. I think it's mean-spirited. And I think what we have now, with the policy that we have and have had for years, is a point of difference. I don't care if people are surprised that they've got to pay to get in here, but I think it's a point of difference, not only for international visitors, but for other New Zealanders who have to pay in their gallery, wherever it might be. We're different in Dunedin, and this is another one of those things that makes us special.
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like a lot of speakers, I don't see this being economically any benefit to us as a city, and I certainly don't see it being any benefit in the community sense. We, in our roles, have to try and find a balance, and that balance, of course, is balancing the books, but also being able to support the community, having a vibrant community, and having things available for residents and visitors alike to be able to go and do and enjoy, remember, depending on the place you're going to, and not have somebody, shoving a bill in front of your face. Excuse the pun. So the balance is important. The other thing that I think we have to be very careful of is sending the wrong message to international visitors. I think Councillor O'Malley hit the nail on the head when he talked about you turn up somewhere and you've got a different accent or whatever, and before you know it, you've got to pay this at the next thing, and all of a sudden you think, I don't really want to be here at all. Councillor Fiso also made a comment that I totally agree with, and maybe this is a discussion for another day, but kids and entry to the pool. And I think Councillor Fiso hit the nail on the head there that 3-year-olds upwards are paying $1.90 or something like that to go. I didn't know that. $1.70 is it? Thank you. I didn't actually realise that was the case for youngsters, because mine are all grown up now. But I appreciate that for some people, to take 4 kids to the pool and go on the bus and all the rest of it is just not doable. And so that's a discussion for another day. But when we get back to Toitu and DPAG, these are local facilities that I see that we should be keeping free entry to all. And as mentioned by a couple of other speakers, if we were talking millions of dollars worth of difference here, then that's a whole different discussion, because we know that $2.3 million is 1% on rates. But 150,000 minus the loss in donations, minus the loss in other various things like that, it's just, it's a bit like the old PTA discussions where the discussion on computers took 10 minutes and the discussion on the chalk for the blackboards took 2 hours. And so, we are, in the scheme of things, we're playing with small money here. I'll just finish on one point, and that is that I've travelled a little bit, not as much as many other people around this table, but I've had the pleasure to go to, or the privilege I should say, to go to Pearl Harbor twice. And Pearl Harbor is an amazing place, I believe. And it's not just to get in and wander around, you actually get taken on a launch across to the memorial and so forth. And do you know how much that cost? Nothing, but there was a little donation box that said $5 would be appreciated, thanks. And I bet not one person walked past that donation box without putting the $5 in. Thank you.
So that's an alternative idea for DPAG and Tuatu to consider. Deputy Mayor Lucas?
I don't know where to start actually, because I'm quite surprised listening to the conversations around the table, and I'm surprised at Councillor Vandervis and that by the thought of paying at the entrance that you couldn't then go and enjoy your wandering through the gallery or tutu. I was quite surprised that the thought of having to pay an entry fee would affect your experience. When I've gone to galleries, it hasn't affected my experience when I've had to pay. So I was quite surprised by that. And I've been to Te Papa probably 3 times in the last 18 months, most recently in July of last year, and there's always been 3 or 4 people standing there asking me where I wanted to go, where I was from and all that. So that's nothing new. And I had similar statistics to Councillor Barker about Te Papa, and yes, they have a huge number of visitors than us. They have 1.1 million visitors in a year, but in their first 2 months, they got 97% of what they expected to get in. Of their admission fee was $35. They took in $750,000. But what I am most surprised about is councillors asking questions to do with operational, but also councillors, we've asked our staff to look at our budgets with a fine-tooth comb and find any savings and any opportunities to create revenue. And yes, this is a small amount of number because we don't actually know how much it's going to be. So we just have to put something small in rather than putting something big and then having to report about a big variance. But we've asked our staff to do everything that they can to find savings or new sources of revenue. And our community have asked us to look hard at our budgets as well. We went out to consult and asked them their views on an entrance fee, and they came back and 59% supported the $20 entry. So yeah, I'm very confused. I've done a lot of research, and yes, some people don't come, but some people actually, a lot of people stay longer when they pay because they think if I've paid $20, I want to get value for money, and they actually they stay longer. And our international visitors who have come to New Zealand generally have spent thousands to get here. New Zealand is a long way from most places. Yes, it might be a few $100s from Australia. So I do think they probably can afford the $20.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. It has long perplexed me that as a country we regularly seem to undervalue ourselves. We give away what others value and will generally expect to pay for, especially if they have travelled from overseas or if they've ever travelled overseas. And this is despite us referring to them as treasures. The belief that some may have that Kiwis won't understand that their entry is free, even as, to reference Councillor Walker, even for those that are poor wanting to see a Van Gogh after they've jumped off the pier, is surely something that is more of an operational concern in terms of how you make sure that that message gets across. I also find it interesting that on the previous item, comments were made about how good it was that we have listened to the general public, who have quite clearly said that they wanted us to, in this case, put in place an entry fee, but suddenly this time we shouldn't, it seems. And we're actually talking about what will effectively be a voluntary fee, one that will be paid by those that are familiar with the concept and value what they are going to be seeing. And it's not to me about the return, rather the value that we actually place on what we have. Councillor Benson Pope referred to us as being different and special, but I would argue that neither of those can be defined necessarily as being better. I am, however, torn because I am the councillor rep on the Otago Settlers Association whose submission was against the entry fee. However, I firmly believe that we need to try, as the public and visitor sectors have made clear. It has been argued that the figures may be less than the 150 because of various assumptions, but those have been made based around assumptions, and so to have the original 150. It might also be higher. We can also argue that. But as Mr. McCracken said, we don't know until we've actually done it.
Thank you, Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the last speaker, when they're saying that we don't put a value on it, the thing is, what the irony of that is that we're in a deliberations meeting today for rates. Our rates pay for this building. So every member of our rate-paying public pay for it. Now, I've had ratepayers come up to me and say they have an issue with it. One of the reasons I got given is that this lady has grandchildren who are Australian, and she said, well, when I come and bring them in here, they'll have to pay, and I'll be with them and I'll have to pay for them. And not the matter of her necessarily having to pay for them, but it's the whole issue of having to pay, and she didn't feel right about that. I'm also, like Councillor Gilbert, I am a member of the DPAG Society as a councillor position, and they have also said they don't agree with it. Some of the reasons that Councillor Weatherall raised as well in his speech is that one of the big concerns they have is that they rely a lot on donations. So a lot of people donate to the society, and those donations then go towards acquisitions. I also sit on the acquisitions committee along with Councillor Benson Pope. Now, they've got some fairly decent funds that they've been, a lot of them endowed when people have passed away. They've left funds for DPAG to use as certain purchases for art in our art gallery. And the intention with those endowments is that the general public and everyone coming in here gets to enjoy them. And I just want to go back to some of the things Councillor O'Malley said, and it made me sit here and think, oh yeah, that's a really valid point, one I haven't actually thought of, but is the minute you open your mouth and you've got an accent, or you might look like another nationality, I won't say what, but you come in and you could be questioned. So that puts staff and it puts the people questioned in a really awkward position. I would actually say we are more likely to get more donations in that donation box for people being able to get the value of coming in here and enjoying our treasures, our tauhanga, than charging them to come in, because I think if we put a charge we probably won't get as many donations, and we won't, it's very likely the numbers would reduce. It's also very likely, because evidence has shown that, also very likely that the society's donations will decline as well, and that's another thing they're concerned about. If people now see we're getting money, they're saying, oh well, they won't see a reason to give. So it has a whole lot of flow-on impacts that perhaps we hadn't thought of. And I think, and it's not just about putting a dollar value on this, because I think that can come with many problems. But yeah, so I hope we decide to keep this as a venue that our people in our city and their family and friends who might come from overseas can come and enjoy it any time for free.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I might be lucky last. I wasn't going to speak, but I've listened really, really carefully to all colleagues, and it's been fascinating. I was reminded of the value of our art gallery just last night watching Grand Designs on television, and there were some beautiful shots of the art gallery that reminded me how beautiful this space is. And recently when I attended the Eden Hall exhibition down at Toita, I was reminded of the jewels that we have there. I was pretty agnostic about this, to be honest, in the first place. I voted to go to consultation, and I analysed the consultation very carefully. In the beginning of my reading, it kind of petered off a little as I got further into the reading, as you'll understand, just the sheer volume. But I did read them all, and what I found in the feedback, and this is my impression, is that the feedback was very mixed, as has been described. You might have got a yes but it should be $10. Or you might have got a no, but it should be $10. And that was a bit confusing. So I don't think it was quite as delineated as the yes/no part of it, to be perfectly honest. Sometimes we get very clear feedback. On this occasion, I don't believe it was. The 150,000 that we have put in as a kind of placeholder amount we might earn is fairly small fry on balance, to be honest. And I do agree that there's some risk involved. The donations surprised me in terms of the volume of it, and I was really interested to hear Mr. McCracken talk about the change in wording to get from much lower donations to this, and maybe that's something we should review again. However, my big concern is around, and I absolutely understand that the focus is on our staff and they do an amazing job, so please, this is not a criticism of them, but it's a really tricky situation to manage this. A light touch, we said. It's a hard one, and I just wearing my international education hat for a moment, my concern around our international students who live here, and just how that might go, and remembering that they bring huge economic benefit as well as richness to our city. So that's a concern. And then what about the internationals who live here? So my husband is American. He's lived here for 30 years and still experiences people who assume that he is a visitor from the United States. So that is the reality. It's human nature. I want to see this continuing to be a welcoming space, both Toitu and the Art Gallery, and having heard all of my colleagues' views, and have been very diverse, and it's been well canvassed, I can't support this.
And I'll just make a comment, because I'm a keen visitor of galleries and museums around the world. And I always remember going for the first time to London and visiting the National Gallery there in Trafalgar Square, and being absolutely delighted and quite incredulous, really, that it was free. And that took me back every time I visited London subsequently. I went back and went through the gallery again. And then by contrast, I went across the Channel and visited the Louvre. And I happened to read in a guidebook that the Louvre was free on the first Sunday of the month. And that was coming up, so I delayed my visit a couple of days and lined up, and I went bright and early, and I was there, reasonably close to the front of the queue, but I wasn't there at the crack of dawn, so there's probably 100 or so people in front of me. But when I looked behind, every minute I looked behind, the queue stretched way across the square, behind the pyramids. It was colossal. The queue before the doors even opened was colossal. So my point being that people like something for free. They do appreciate the art there, but they would really prefer to see it for free. So I think, despite there being a potential marketing opportunity, because the thought that I had, we could charge $30 for 3, and you could have the La Nuan as well as Toitu and Deepag. People have an inbuilt resistance to paying to go and see, art, especially publicly owned art, because they like to see that in the Piazza or in the Octagon, as we can see from our statue of Robbie Burns and so forth. So my suggestion, I'm not going to go with this, but my suggestion would be that we could put a prompt on the donations perspex box that we have, suggesting that $10 or $20 would be appropriate. That's all. So that we just prompt the ask, because I noticed there are a lot of $5 notes in there. So let's try and change up the colour to blue and green. That's all. Thank you very much. With that, we'll take it by division. Oh, sorry, right of return. Yes, sorry, Councillor Wiley.
Let me just say that was extremely interesting. I am very sort of surprised by some of the commentary. And I'll look at this, and to be honest, it's one of those ones where I've sort of looked at, and going back on other annual plans and long-term plans, where the community have told us one thing through the submission process, and councillors around the table are basically telling they know best. 59% supported it. Then, in a number of the ones that said no, suggested a $10 appropriate alternative. So they were focused on there should be a charge, maybe not 20. Councillor Barker came in with some very clear statistics that are fact, not perception. What I heard was a lot of anecdote stories around the table. And I find that really interesting. A lot of the councillors think they know what will happen. They know that this will have this effect. Where we got clear stats from Councillor Barker, we know what happened at the Auckland Art Gallery. We've already transversed that. We got told it was 40%. In fact, actually it dropped by 22%, and they're now back to that basic number, or close to it. So we know there is going to be an impact should there be a charge applied. Totally get it. But what I find really sort of disconcerting, and I went through back over submissions just as other speakers were talking, and I looked at all those that are actually making a living in this city in the visitor industry. And they all supported and were very quite vocal in their commentary around introducing a charge and the benefits of it. So we look at the visitor economy. This was going to be positive. I'm sorry when I hear conversations or mentions of Pearl Harbor and museums in London and stuff like that. Do your research. Go back and see how they're funded. Don't just assume they're free because they're free. When you look at how the museums in London are funded, they're government funding and they put a lot of money into them. The ratepayers of this city now have to find, or us around the table for the ratepayers have to find another $150,000 through this process. Okay? That's the part that I find troubling. I really find it difficult to take on board the fact that actually you've gone against the wishes of the public. But hey, you know what? The debate's been done. I can see where people were going to vote, and that's it. The one thing that I looked at all the way through, there was a lot of stuff going to be operationally done by staff to implement this because they actually know what happens at the coalface of their facilities. They know how that works. And my suggestion is actually we set up some tap and go stations around the DPAG and Toitu that are automatic $20. Because I can tell you when I travel, I don't carry cash anymore. So I don't care how good the boxes look. There's nowhere to put money in them because I'm not carrying any. So a tap and go station where people can just flick their cards against it and have multiple of them through the facilities is about the best I can come up on the fly like everybody else's comments. But anyway, it is what it is. Thank you, and I appreciate it being part of the process.
Alrighty. Yes.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Councillor Lafise.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
Motion was lost 11-4.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll have a break. 3:30. Yes, we'll crunch some numbers. Yes, first thing we'll do, have two motions. First, I've moved that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Aye. And next, we'll have a break until 3:45. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Aye. Great, thank you. And Mr McAuliffe will come to the table.
And Mr Mayor, we have the GMs here and the key capital budget holders sitting in the gallery if councillors have specific questions.
So all questions can likely be answered. So we'll have...
And as a process thing, we have one resolution that's been proposed by a councillor that will... we're fitting in this part of the work around the Edgar Centre roof. So that's the only one at this stage that we have that's been provided. Sure. Yep. And so just to explain, councillors, the resolution is all CapEx. So the detailed design in year 1 is a capital cost, and then spacing of the money to physically do the roof. Following detailed design, it will take till about February to get the detailed design, at which point the work will start. We think 3 million is right in that first part, and then the remainder 12 million, noting that the amounts may change, but there will be a confirmation of the amounts subsequently.
What's the rates impact of that?
We're just working it out, so Carolyn will work that out.
Just in relation to that, in that report there was reference to the capital cost of roof work, plus reference to the issues with ventilation and so on that was also going to be a necessary part of that work. Does this include that?
I'm sorry, Ms Nielsen's just talking to the CFO, so probably didn't hear that. Maybe you want to have a seat, Anna, because you look like you're first up. Would this include any issues to do with ventilation, or is that separate?
We're reasonably confident that the roof issues and the ventilation issues are interconnected. So as we develop the detailed design, we're hoping to be able to work the solutions in together. But we're not sure till we get through to those detailed designs. Sorry, I wasn't sure who that question came from.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Hello, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Councillor Vandervis. Yep.
The 15 million that's been talked about here, is that already calculated into the debt costs, the revised debt costs that we got on Friday?
Thank you, Councillor. No, it isn't. It's in addition.
And it'll all be debt funded?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
And sorry, as I struggle with my eyes to see part 1 there, which says 360, doesn't it, in 25.6. So in terms of page 169 here, where we talk about the roof improvement work of 300 being moved to 25.6, and it says 200, is that part of that?
So the current...
Page 169. Sorry, it blinded me. Page 169, where we've got that table, how does that relate to Part A here? Is that completely separate?
So the draft budgets were based on actually 500 in the 25-26 year, so there was already 300 in there. We've moved 200 extra over to there. They are for roof improvements. They will not resolve the issue. That was formulated before this resolution was put up as an option. We'll still need some of that because we do need to manage the leaks as we work through this design process, but obviously we wouldn't be looking to do the full scale we were originally thinking about.
Depending on where councillors land with various motions around the capital budget, we will let you know where things land at the end of it, because Hayden and Carolyn will recalculate aspects of this as we go.
Very good. Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I've got some questions on the report, if I may, please. So there's quite a lot of talk in here, and these are the tables about moving funding from projects that are in this financial year to next financial year. And I get a feeling I have added it up somewhere, but I think I've left that piece of paper at home, that there is quite a bit of a saving from what was budgeted this year to what we're moving forward, and what that impact is on our capital project, that program that we had approved in January. So could you talk through that, please? Maybe.
Correct. So overall, the amount that is being moved over is less than what the total capital program would be, and what has been moved is the specific projects that are ongoing that won't be completed. Some of the other work is renewals, and can just be completed as part of the renewal program.
Can I ask a different question? And I'm just, if we look on page 175, and I'm particularly, these are to do with the waste minimisation projects. And overall, my time on council, these projects seem to have been delayed and increased and increased. And I'm looking in particular, for example, at the organics facility that's now a $4 million increase. I'm just concerned about when are these projects actually going to happen, and the significant increases that have happened over the last 2.5 years, and are we actually going to see these being constructed in the very near future?
Thank you, Councillor. Actually, there's been an overall reduction in that budget for the Resource Recovery Park, so we've actually reduced the cost slightly. The budget has been basically redistributed amongst those because we've now gone through the procurement process and more of the detailed design, so our costings are getting more accurate for the both the supply of equipment and for the buildings as well. So basically we've juggled the budget now according to the more certainty on the costings.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I had a similar question. I've just gone through if I put my glasses on, that would help. By the look of it, there may be more, but I counted, looks like there's Edgar Centre for the 200k due to delays as a result of challenges with developing a scope of work. Main switchboard upgrade, DPAG door and Ulverston, but there and the Sims. Is that cost, the timing adjustment, would you call that a delay, or that's just would you count that under the same sort of thing as these ones, or not? Because without my question, there is a reason.
Microphone.
So I calculate that's 1.195 million just with those ones as extra. It looks like, if I'm reading that correctly, they're all extra costs because of contractual delays. And I'm just wondering, several questions from that. How common is that? Does that happen all the time? Or is that quite unusual? Or have we just had a whole lot of, because that seems to me like quite a lot of money, but is that quite normal?
If we're looking at property ones, and there's some of the ones you mentioned, they're all slightly different reasons why they've been delayed, and I wouldn't call them contractual delays, because some of them are due to planning taking longer than originally forecast. A couple of them are due to things not coming on shore fast enough, and really as they move from one financial year to another, it can be as little as 8 weeks or 6 weeks that they're delayed by, but that's what's moving the cost into another financial year. So in Ulverston, for example, the consent took a longer amount of time than we originally scheduled for, and then we have to work around the seasons with the house, so it has pushed it out.
Just thank you very much for those answers. So these sort of delays like that, are they quite common?
Yeah.
Right. And so for, say, almost 1.2 million, is that quite a normal amount for that to be, is that high or is that quite normal?
Against a capital budget of around 37 million, it's pretty normal. And none of them I'm particularly worried about or are signalling any greater issues to me. But in saying that, I know Rob and the PPSO are starting to track schedule delays more completely for the organisation as a whole to get an idea of trends.
Yeah, I'll add to that because we get councillors ask questions fairly regularly, and Mike Hartwright, who's managing the project support office now, is doing a lot of work so that we get a better understanding of what all these different variables are to cause delays, to see whether there's any common themes, and we can start to actually work on them a little bit. Some of them will be totally out of our control, though. You know, it's just a whole mixed bag. But that doesn't mean to say we shouldn't look at it and actually see what's driving it.
Thank you for that. Do we have any clauses in the contracts with contractors around things like this?
We have a range of contractual mechanisms, so it depends. But for the large programs of work, we have regular meetings with the contract managers. JB in the transport contracts, for example. So we build in, we have processes, don't we, when we manage our capital contracts for delay, and we flex a little bit with them. So it just depends on the nature of the contract.
Thank you. Because I'm just thinking of us, we're trying to skimp on everything, going, oh, can we have that deal of that one? And then I just counted up with 4. But looking further down, it looks like there's even more of them there. So there's probably, you know, even up to 4, 5, you know, more, a lot more, maybe 4 million even in delay costs by the look of it.
No. Is there an answer? Wasn't a question. Okay. So, no question. We'll move on to the next question. Yes, did you want to say something, Ms. Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have something to say when we first started this report, just by way of an update to one of the items. Page 177, where we've indicated there that we've included $5 million for an upgrade of finance and payroll systems. The year one amount for that, we've been overly optimistic. So we would like to reduce that by 700,000 and then add that 700,000 onto the fourth year.
Right. So you're saying the refreshed IT systems, yeah? Because if the year one of that is 25, 26, there's no fourth year on the chart, so that you put it in at 28, 29.
Correct.
Right, so insert it there. Okay. Very good. Okay, so no, we have Councillor Benson-Pope with this question first, followed by Councillors Barker and Lucas.
Thank you. Just a question about the table on the little table on page 171, street trees and furniture. I'm wondering what the process is for developing, growing on a stock of street trees to manage the normal loss through attrition and the students returning. Do we have regular deal with various nurseries so that we have the stock available?
I can probably answer that. It depends contract to contract. For example, George Street may have had a few spares on order, but the wholesalers that we deal with for large street trees usually have a really, really good stock. They stock a lot of organisations, so finding replacement trees is not usually that difficult.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I was just looking at the changes, and I see that most of them are basically delays or timings, but there are a few more projects that we're having some additional funds. The Mosgiel Stormwater 1 million, the Town Hall 1 million, IT 5 million that you kind of talked about, and then the Port Chalmers Water Supply 5 million. Is that really the IT is a big one, and the Port Chalmers water supply is the only really two big ones that have changed? That's additional, because I went through and I just read all the budget to be added in, so that would be really quite a small percentage of change to the budgets.
Correct.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
We couldn't have a capital discussion without talking about toilets. On page 176, you're adding an extra 200,000 into renewals, and so that makes our renewals, takes that to 475, which seems significant for renewals in the first year, because when we've got growth in there of 375, so in that year one that's 850 altogether for toilets, plus they're changing places. So I'm just no,
including changing places.
Microphone.
Changing places.
Changing places is split between new capital and renewal capital, because there's already two loos there currently. So we've got 375 in new for the changing places component, and then 375 renewals for the two toilets that we're renewing as such. And then there's an amount in there that lets us upkeep toilets that get vandalised.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I check those delay costs? Are they over a year, or what time period are they over that we've got in this report here?
Thank you, Councillor. Those timing changes relate to the current financial year. So just making sure that ensuring that we have the budget moved into the next financial year so that we can continue or complete works.
We're just rounding out, if you recall, Councillor, we've been reporting on delays in this year's capital program, and these changes reflect those delays and just a rephasing into the next financial year of many of those projects.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. My question is related to page 171 in the emergency works, and this might be a Ms Benson question. I see that 3.94 million to continue and complete the emergency response work unable to be completed. Was that due to, I know we had a very wet summer, maybe it was complexity or contractor availability. Do you have any idea, do you recall what that's down to?
Sure, Councillor. I think it's been a combination of contractor availability, but also there are a lot of discrete small sites associated with that October 2024 flood event, and you couldn't have closed them all at once. So spanning them out over a period of time, I even flowed the work for the contracting market, but also meant that we didn't have too much public disruption.
Understand, and will that be the end of it as far as you understand, or could there be more depending on how the work goes?
No, the coming financial year will be the end of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent Pope.
Thank you. Just a query about page 172, the item about the coastal plan. I can see that vote relates to the protection work. I'm wondering if anyone, if there is, or anyone can give us an update on the progress of conversations with MFE about providing substantial funding for the major remediation work.
I can take that one, Councillor. So we're progressing discussions with MFE on their initial funding of some pre-work. So they've agreed to fund it, from memory, around about $60,000 contribution. I talked with two chaps from MFE about a month ago and just sort of gave my view on councils in general, all councils' ability to clean up these sorts of things, and particularly in coastal areas. And they suggested that when we get closer to understanding, getting a really detailed design of remediation, that they would happily facilitate a discussion at the higher level of MFE and potentially encourage other councils to join in that discussion and maybe take something to Treasury. So really early days, it was a spontaneous conversation, but they were quite interested in it and understood the gravity of cost that many councils will be facing in this sort of coastal clean-up. So,
okay. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at page 168, paragraph 8, which talks about the staff will look to develop a forecasting methodology based on an approach taken by Queenstown Lakes District Council as part of the changes in capital expenditure reporting. So I just wonder if you could just tell us a little bit more about that, about I guess the changes in capital expenditure reporting, and then what the Queenstown Lakes District Council forecasting methodology, if it's not too complicated.
Yep, I'll have a crack at it, but in part in discussions with colleagues, looking at how they manage capital programs, because there is so much change and flex in them. Queenstown reforecast a couple of times during the year, and they alter the capital budget based on that reforecasting. So that's what we would look to do, but we haven't investigated it any more than that. And essentially, come a period in the time next year, probably February or March, we will settle on where we expect the capital budget to land and deliver against that. So we'll say, these projects are ahead, these projects are behind. We therefore think that timings mean this is what we're going to deliver, and then work through that fully transparently and openly, so that, and with more detail than you might have had previously.
So I looked at the Queenstown stuff where they report quarterly on the capital, and then I looked at the what Christchurch do, and they report monthly and sort of have coloured bar graphs about how those are doing. Have we looked at reporting like that? Because you get a lot of similar questions from councillors.
We already do monthly capital reporting, and we're looking at improving some of that, and we've already started providing more granular detail. The reforecasting is different again. So we will look to take a different approach, and it's likely to be a combination of those two and potentially other best practice as well. Hamilton also does something slightly different. There's any number of ways to do it. We are constrained, as you know, a little bit by what information we can get easily out of the current financial system as well.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Wiley.
Page 179, city properties, the civic centre upgrade. I note the project still requires a total budget of 23.4 million. This time last year we were told it was 20 million. In January that gave us the updated figure of 23.4. Is that still on track at that 23.4?
Yes, it is.
And completion date?
Yeah, I'm interested in this.
By the end of the year. This calendar year.
Okay. So this calendar year, so by Christmas. Okay.
That's a little later.
Contingency, Chief.
And is that going to cover everything in the sense of, or is there going to be another stage of work beyond that?
It will cover everything that is in this particular part of the program. To be fully transparent, the Civic Centre is an old building, and we've been working on numerous streams of work ever since I've been at council. So we have the Civic Centre upgrade, which includes a group of remediations that make sense to go together, but outside of that, things like we've upgraded the lifts before that, we upgraded access control, the archives facility upgrade is part of the civic upgrade. What was the other one I was thinking of? The main switchboard needs upgraded. So in time, there will be other elements that we need to come back to, but there's nothing programmed beyond it yet.
So when would the likes of the second floor be completed and everybody moved over into the building itself?
Christmas?
Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anna, it's one of your favourite topics, the gasworks. Since we did all of the budgeting and the consultation, there's been issues at the gasworks end, which won't be free. Has that been forecast in any of these budgets to look at options to remediate?
No, it hasn't yet, Councillor.
So this is something that could occur to be an extra during our financial year, or would it come back to council to ask for some more money possibly?
The emergency works that we're doing at the moment will be accommodated within my current budgets. To remediate, and if by that you mean stabilising the chimney or doing any other work to the property itself, would likely be a council decision beyond that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Are there any further questions? Yes. Councillor Fiso.
I can't remember who asked the question earlier, but the rates impact of the Edgar Centre thingamajiggy?
We're just working that out. So, yeah.
Councillor Wiley, you ready? No?
Just, Mr. Mayor, Destination Playgrounds is where I was. You're going to pick that up at another time?
Yes, well, it's not listed on these changes.
No, okay.
So, yeah.
That's right. No, that's okay.
Hayden, have you worked out the rates impact of the Edgar Centre changes?
Thank you. So as the works are being progressed, by the time we get to the completion on 27-28, it's an annual cost of $898,000 on the budget, and that's including depreciation and interest costs.
Sorry, just repeat, please repeat.
Once the project's completed, expected to be 2028, the annual ongoing rate impact will be $898,000 per annum. So to start with, in the first year, the impact of the detailed design is $3,000. The next 2 years is $83,000, $389,000, and that's just owing to the fact that we're borrowing debt and the associated costs with that, and then we stabilise out at 898.
So that's another 1/3% on rates. Yes. Across the 898 though. Your microphone. Yeah, that's right. It'll be an accumulating increase that's coming up to, 0.3, 0.4% of rates, maybe spread over some years.
That is correct, yes. Over the years, it's sort of 0.1 each year, accumulating up, correct, because you get the cumulative impact each year. Correct.
Yeah, that's right. So, a chunk. How inconvenient is that water? Sorry. Councillor O'Malley, a question.
Oh, it's just around the main interceptor sewer update. There are constraints in the north end and the CBD because of that main sewer, and I see works looks like it's going to start in 28, 29. Questions for Mr. Ward. When do you think that the sewer upgrades might have an impact on removing the constraints?
I wouldn't like to look, thanks for the question, Councillor O'Malley. I wouldn't like to look at that completely in isolation, and what's signalled in the report is more just a reporting change, less so about implementation. The implementation would have to be a part of a fully comprehensive suite of works, including some of those short-term measures that we had previously.
Yeah, I completely understand that, but every time I see it, I feel obliged to bring it up because of the growth constraints. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Barker, did you have a question?
My question, I guess, I was trying to see where we had somewhere was Edgar Centre $200,000, and I just Edgar Centre $200,000 due to schedule delays as a result of challenges with developing a scope of work with contractors. So I just wonder, given the property capital budget of the 360, is there any trade-off between the 200,000 and the 360?
That was explained before.
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
So there's funds from this year moving into next year on top of next year's 300,000. So it would have made 500,000 for next year if we went down the road of improvements rather than replacement. If we go down the road of replacement, then we'll still need some of those funds to make the situation a bit better, but obviously we wouldn't look to do the same scale of work.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Where it's got Mosgiel stormwater pump stations and network, is any of that money going to Carlisle Street, or is that'll be Reed Ave, is it? Reed Ave, yep. Right, thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? I think we've covered everything. That's it? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Sorry? Yes, so we have a resolution on the screen behind me. The Deputy Mayor has indicated a willingness and enthusiasm to move, seconded Councillor Gilbert. So we can have a quick read. Revised capital program, including these following amendments. Okay. I presume we don't have any questions about that? Okay. Would you like to speak to it?
I would, thank you. And I guess it comes as no surprise around this table that I wish to move this amendment, in particular in relation to the Edgar Centre. The Edgar Centre has been my second home for probably at least 8 years of my life. I've probably spent every single day there almost for 8 years, whether that be for basketball, volleyball, netball, futsal, ripper rugby, you name it. The Edgar Centre, it's been operational for 31 years. It was opened in October 94, and it sees over 650,000 visitors per annum, and that's approximately 200,000 participants. I would suggest that there is very few people in Dunedin City who has not walked through those doors, whether it be for tennis, table tennis, roller derby, cricket, rugby, zorb, pickleball, volleyball, netball, basketball, futsal, ripper rugby, functions, birthday parties, weddings, conferences, meetings, trade shows, celebrations and functions, Polyfest, the list goes on and on. The reason why the money is so big is that the main hall, as my kids call the freezer, is 14,400 square metres, and the arena, the fridge, my kids call that, is 2,400 square metres. And I'd like to think that at the time when we're looking at this replacement roof, that hopefully maybe some insulation could be looked at. That might be dreaming. My kids have always said if we won lotto, that's the first thing they wanted to do was insulate the building, because it is literally a freezer and a fridge. The Edgar Centre was bought for $2.5 million, of which $500,000 was donated by the Edgar family. And it was primarily, at that time it was a former wool store, and it was primarily for tennis and netball. The public raised $2 million to do the flooring and the toilets and all the other facilities. Later on, the arena was added for $6 million, of which the public raised $3 million. The Edgar family contributed again another $500,000. It's considered a mass usage covered sports ground. And it's got to that point now that I think it's become a health and safety issue. That I don't know whether you've been there when that roof is leaking. It is treacherous is the only word that I can use, and I've seen so many injuries in my time of watching sport there. I think as the city we've heard from, well, there was over 1,000 people filled in the survey, but we heard from all the sports codes, the major sports codes that use the facility, about the need for us to fix the roof. We heard that the tournaments, the major national organisations are saying that they won't allow Dunedin to host tournaments, and the huge impact if you've been away in any of those sports tournaments, if you take secondary schools, you're talking, it can easily be 1,000 participants, and then, especially if it's kids, you've got mum and dad and grandma, granddad, they travel, the travel that goes on, so our accommodation, our hospitality all benefit from that. And I think this is one of the really few things that have come through in the submissions, I think loud and clear, that I would struggle that people around this table don't support. As you know, I'm very reluctant to spend money, but I think this is one issue as a city we actually have to address. It's getting worse, and even Ms Nielsen, she's been fantastic going through and helping me work out what the costings would be, but even with her, as you've mentioned, her fixes, in her word, it's a challenge, and it still will leak. It's several buildings. It's a complex issue. That's why the money is so significant, and it's going. That 360 is going to require a lot of different consultants to come up with the right detailed design, so that we can go ahead with this. Our total capital program, I'm pleased to see the revisions that have come through from the work that hasn't been undertaken this year. I think in other meetings you've heard my concern about projects that haven't been completed and the need to make sure that they get captured for next year. It's a significant capital program that we're funding, and I'm sure that Councillor O'Malley will talk in terms of infrastructure, but there are a lot of items in there that, having sat on the future development strategy, there's a lot of items in there that we need to fund if we want to be a city that welcomes growth, and I struggle to see anything there that we'd want to remove. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. As you can tell, I'm highly athletic. My only real experience with the Edgar Centre is going to events and functions, of which there have been many and varied, whether it's education classes, whether it is up to the business awards, which some of us were at a couple of years ago in the fridge, I think you referred to it. The number of people who have said that this is one of the no-brainers for them, that have spoken throughout the consultation, who have said, even those who have wanted to keep rates low, they've all said, to me at least, that this is the one that they can absolutely support, because so many people use it, whether it is them, whether it is their family, whether they know people. Everybody, I would imagine, knows somebody who is affected by and uses the Edgar Centre. The events and the competitions, both local, national, as well as potentially even international options, that we are missing out on at the moment because nobody wants to play netball in puddles or under a torrential downpour, as is apparently sometimes the case. And if you need even further proof, and this is said slightly tongue-in-cheek, Deputy Mayor, if you need further proof that this is something that is warranted and needed, when a spendthrift such as the Deputy Mayor is moving this motion, it is very clear that it is of significant importance to the city.
Thank you, Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this, and if you hadn't put it, I would have been seconding or wanting to put a motion as well. Thousands of people use that. I've been there numerous times for futsal and struggling to get a park. But it is a very, very well used, facility in our city. And as I understand it, I think the lady from Netball, when she came and spoke, said that we've got quite obviously at times when it's not leaking, we have quite a unique selling point in that facility, that we've got larger numbers of courts to many other facilities nearby us, so it makes us quite an attraction for groups to come and use the facility. But obviously the fact that some of those national tournaments and regional tournaments have had to be cancelled due to leaking from the roof is clearly a very strong reason to get this done. And like Councillor Gilbert, I've also spoken to people who are vehemently against any rates increase, and they said the same to me. They said, well, firstly, they said it's a maintenance issue, but what it is actually a very complicated issue with the building where it is and the movement and things. So there are wider issues with that, and hopefully this new roof will fix those problems of the movement as well, which is good. So yeah, I fully support this, even though none of us like spending extra money at any time, but this has to be done. It's a huge asset for our city and so many people use it.
Councillor Eklund.
See, the Eagers Centre's taken over this whole motion, but I too support the whole program here. But just in relation to the Eagers Centre, Councillor Gilbert's taken most of what I was going to say, and you're quite right. Events, functions, all that sort of thing is a big part of the Eagers Centre, and to have the main arena that can seat 1,500 people for dinner at one time. That's absolutely incredible. That's Auckland City level sort of stuff. So that's great to have that sort of facility. And I certainly understand the issues with tournaments. If we don't do this work, then we lose those tournaments, we lose the visitorship coming into the city, and same thing goes with conferences and the like. So I'll certainly be supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and I'm hoping that maybe somebody watching this will pass this message on, but I wanted to just recall Jan Edgar's vision for the Edgar Centre. She was a teacher and netball coach, and she, as I understand it, saw many times during the winter her students out there in the elements, and this facility provided them with an all-weather possibility. So I just wanted to mention that in passing. I'm happy to support this. It's an investment in a mostly sport facility, and I say mostly because there are other things that happen there, like Polyfest and conference dinners and so forth. As Deputy Chair of Economic Development, I particularly took note of the national tournaments that we are missing out on, and I think that is a very relevant point. However, I do just look forward to the same support for an investment for the performing arts in our city, because generally sports gets a whole lot more attention and a whole lot more investment than the arts. So I just remind colleagues that when we come to that conversation, I do hope that you will give it the same level of support. Turning to another matter which is included in this is the emergency works on page 172, and I already highlighted it, but I just want to make the point that that October 2024 rain event has a very, very long tail, and it will be really interesting when we get to the end of that to just do a bit of an add up as to the total cost that we know of, which won't be the total cost, but the total cost that we're involved with, and very likely in the meantime, we'll have another event that will layer on top of it. So that will be interesting to see. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I'm thinking fondly of when I moved here 23 years ago with my West Ham United football top on, and I would be a regular weekly attendee at the Edgar Centre playing five-a-side football and madly sliding around the place until I put a self-imposed ban, well, Rita, my wife, put a self-imposed ban on myself attending because I'd come home limping, covered in blood, but with a big smile on my face. And 23 years later, I guess my attendance now at said place is mainly regularly for Polyfest and for events. And when I do go there in the sport on, this 60-year-old man does look over and wants to be on the court until he realises he ain't capable anymore. I think I speak for many blokes of my age, probably Councillor O'Malley included, who's a regular footballer. I am happy to support this, but I guess it speaks to Councillor Gary's point that I do disagree slightly with the mover that this is one of the things that came through submissions that we'd all support. There are many things that came through the submissions that are equally laudable and I guess that we all want to support. It's just whether or not there's political will there as ever to do so. And as the week progresses, we'll find out what that political will is. That said, and it's obvious, sport is fantastically vital to adults, but it's even more vital to our children in a country that needs more of us to get into sport at a younger age, particularly for our health. And I'll take this sneaky opportunity to remind those who do support the Edgar Centre, and they should support it, that it's a terrible place to access on your push bikes, and it would be good to see the ambition that exists within the mover and the person sitting next to them to really push, because it's an easy fix, it's low-hanging fruit, to push for better access for particularly young uns accessing this wonderful space on the push bikes. And if it is about submissions, many people sat there this week pointing out one of the very strong missing links in our cycle network, which is getting across that bloody busy one-way. It's a two-way. It's a nightmare, and it needs a lot of thought. And I know a lot of thought has gone into it, and I know it's not an easy fix, but we need to correct that, and we also just need to correct the access generally, because although the car park is wonderful and big, when there's events on, it's still pretty bloody hard getting a park in there. But it'd just be good to see lots more people using the cycle access that comes oh so close, but ultimately discourages people using it. And I say that as somebody who regularly goes down there on my bike. The final little bit is just a bit of a pain in the butt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on the access, I drive that road frequently, and it can be quite scary, I guess, about how many vehicles are trying to make that right turn off Portsmouth Drive into there. And we did also submit to the ORC about some bus connection to Edgar Centre as well. So I think we are addressing some of that. Just addressing, about the capital budget. So I'm comfortable with some of the tweaks. I was very happy to see the words decrease around the cut glass facility. I think it was about the only thing that decreased in price. That was good to see, and also happy to see that we're planning to do more work on our capital reporting and to keep that sharper eye on delivery, because I think we get a lot of questions around it, and it would be good to have a little bit more transparency. Around the Edgar Centre, I do support that, and as you say, it's not only sport. I've been to the Polyfest there as well, so there is some wonderful performing arts stage there. The key event that I was involved with was Trends, and with 1,500 delegates in May 2018, and we're very lucky it didn't rain. It was the most amazing weather, which stunned all of the people coming along, and that actually had an economic impact of $10.8 million. That was immediate economic impact. 226 media articles with an estimated advertising value of 1.5 million, and we were on CNN as well with an estimated advertising value of $687,000. And we also had, amongst those 1,500 people there were many ministers and key influencers who came and were blown away by Dunedin, because we had never hosted Trends before, which is the major tourism sales event, trade event in New Zealand. And hopefully if we get a new roof, we might be able to get that back, and then they can come back and see the work that we've done on our city, because Dunedin does suffer from an image problem with a lot of the people that the tourism industry, I guess, does business with, and our visitors as well. So I do thoroughly support working on this, because it is a significant place not only for sport, for performances, but also for being able to host those really big conferences as well.
Thank you, Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to numbers, I wouldn't put arts and sport support for this Edgar Centre in the same sentence, because I don't think they'd even be in the same street. We just simply can't afford not to support the Edgar Centre. The return on investment, both socially and economically, is huge for our city. There is no plan B. We just have to get on with it and fix the problem, quite honestly. The sheer size of the facility that we have for the size of our city is just a massive investment that we've got. We're so lucky to have it, and we've got to treasure it going forward. We've just got to spend the money. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
I love that we got the Edgar Centre so cheaply, and I love that it's cost so little to run, and I love that it gets absolutely hammered on a regular basis. I think it's the best value facility we have, quite frankly. So no argument on the Edgar Centre. And no argument either that if it needs a new roof and it's got to be repitched and it's got to have insulation, it's got to have all the rest of it, is arguably capital expenditure. Similarly with the fit out for the library. However, the recommendation here is that we approve the revised capital expenditure program. And my concern is that there's a lot of things in here which I don't consider to be capital expenditure. They're everyday maintenance stuff. And some of the maintenance is really expensive. If I look at the gallery doors for DPAG, renewal assets was budgeted at $250,000 for what I thought was a set of doors. I've asked questions about it. Turns out that there's actually 3 lots of doors that they want to replace because some of them don't quite fit properly and things, but still $250,000 for 3 sets of doors. My dad used to regularly build whole houses for that. And I'm wondering, A, if we're really getting value, and B, is a replacement of an ageing door really a capital expense? To me, the readiness of this council to put any kind of thing through that is a capital expense, because then they can do it on debt and the short-term rates increase isn't impacted. To me, that has become something of a general concern. Doing it on debt has become an MO for this council, in my view, and it's what makes what we're doing completely unsustainable. We're happy enough, it would seem, to have spent all of this money to raise the debt by $100 million every year and to call a lot of it capital expenditure. I mean, the stadium was obviously capital expenditure. The Civic Centre was obviously capital expenditure. What have we done, actually, in the last few years that is really new capital expenditure? Well, you could argue about roads, but actually most of that's maintenance. You could argue about water. Well, actually most of that's maintenance as well. We should be paying much more of this stuff out of rates and not doing it on debt. It's the doing it on debt aspect that worries me. Very happy with the expenditure for the Edgar Centre, but for a lot of the rest of it, I'm really caught.
Very good. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'll just quickly respond to that because I know most speakers have focused on the Edgar Centre, but when we look at our papers, and I think it's best summarised in paragraph 6, when it talks about the 1.1 billion for renewals, 867 million for replacing key 3 water and transport infrastructure, building the resilience of the essential assets, 719 million for new capital to improve level of service, and 71 million for new 3 waters and transport infrastructure needed for the growth. So when we look at that, and that's really vital in the sense of this 9-year plan, and I think it's about, and as I said before, it's about investing in the city going forward. And I just can't believe that you don't want to, spend on infrastructure and try and save money by not doing all the renewals that need to be done. Because it's like when you don't look after a house, the maintenance or the value go down. You have to maintain, you have to invest, and that's the key for me. Obviously the Edgar Centre, when you look at the details around that, to be honest, especially after Deputy Mayor Lucas talked about the Edgar Centre since 1994, it's been an amazing facility considering how many thousands of people go through that door day in, day out, and over the years. and I think that's the key that I look at. But I want to thank all the respondents to the survey. They had over 1,000 of them. And that was through a period where there was low sport going through. April and, late March, April is not a heavy active sports user time there. You go down there this week and stand at the door and watch how many people go in and out, and you'll be shocked. But even in those 1,000 odd submissions, 87% of the respondents, their sports games had been affected due to roof leaks. 87% of the respondents. So that shows you actually how severe this is. And we heard from netball, and that was a really important aspect. Many have touched on the benefits and the size and scope for our economic development and impact on sport. And I'm glad Councillor Barker raised the issue of trends, because that's exactly where I was going. We have that facility, and it's like any of those facilities. If you don't invest in them, they will fall down, and we will lose our reputation. And when we go back and look in 2024, we hosted 28 regional tournaments, 7 national or South Island tournaments. The key example being New Zealand Under-18 National Netball Tournament held over 5 days in July, which brought 45 teams and approximately 900 visitors to Dunedin. Events of this scale are vital for our city, and I think that's what it boils down to. So, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been so much focus on the Iggy Centre, I was starting to lose confidence I was on the same item. I just look at the main interceptor sewer. Total 9-year plan spend over that is 20 million. And then if you look, it's just quickly running through, you can find over $80 million worth of capital spends going through in part A of this activity. And I do believe it's obviously the Iggy Centre is a good spend, but if you look at it in proportion, it's not out of whack with the other things we are doing, and that is building and maintaining a modern city. And you can't let your facilities run down. The main interceptor sewer is probably not the most attractive of all projects, but it is actually affecting a substantial amount of growth in the CBD and the north end of town. And if we do not invest in those things, when we do not get the growth that we need to maintain the economy that we need to underwrite all this. So this is always investment. We can always, you've got 2 options. You can call it the sky is falling and debt will kill us tomorrow, or you can call it investment into the future. And realistically, if you think you've got, now we'll go to the Iggy Centre, if you've had a thing going for as long as that, and this is really since the building of the new addition at the end, the first real major investment we've put in that building since then, that's actually a pretty small investment for the amount of time that it's been operating and the amount of people it serves. And I do want to comment on one thing. There's been a few comments on arts and sports. I'm not playing football this season because I'm too busy, but last year it was $250 my fees, and that was just to walk onto the grass fields, right? The council does support this, but so do the people who are using those facilities. They put an enormous amount of support back into it. So, when you do see those facilities, understand they're not all just council performed. And I would say to Councillor Walker, it's not a good idea to come away bloody from indoor football, by the way.
That's why I got it down.
It might be.
Yes, Councillor Mayhem.
Just very briefly, I'd like to support the motion around the Edgar Centre. From an outsider sports perspective, 15 years ago, I was desperate to find a place to roller skate. We did a lot of skating in the Bunnings car park, the Bathgate School Park, the ice skating rink car park, and after begging and begging just to be allowed to have a go at the Edgar Centre, they agreed to allow roller derby to take place there. That's 15 years ago, and it's still going strong. When I was growing up, you could go to Kaikoura Valley to the skate-in, and we did that every Saturday and skated around and around and around. Still got those roller skates from then. Where else can you roller skate in Dunedin? Actually, nowhere. The Edgar Centre. If you want to learn to roller skate, you can go along. All ages, young and old, learn to skate Sundays with Dunedin Roller Derby. Founding member right here.
Very good. Okay, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Again, it's interesting to me in terms of the political will that we find in terms of expenditure and the choices that we make. I just note that in January we took out money for building more social housing.
Councillor Benson Pope.
I'm pleased to see the overwhelming support there is for what is a fantastic sporting facility, more than just a sporting facility. And I'm sure I'm not the only one around the room who remembers the conditions that young women had to put up with it at Memorial Park when there was a southerly blowing. So all in all, it's been an incredible victory for the city and needs to be maintained. There's just one question I have about in strong support of the roof repair investigation. We also know there are some issues around the movement of the building and the subsidence that you see pretty obviously every time you drive along Portsmouth Drive, actually. And I'd just like to hope that there'd be some comment about that issue as well. I'm not saying we should hold the work on the roof, but I'd like to know what, if anything, needs to be done, or if anything can be done to further stabilise the facility so it can run for another period just as long.
Well, it's not. That's very good. Thank you. So with that, I'll hand it back to Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and thank you all for your support. I mean, as Councillor Gilbert said, I mean, it is a no-brainer, and as Councillor Benson Pope also said, this is more than just a sports facility. When I got on council, the young people who I'm involved with, and that's a lot, because I spent a lot of time at the Edgar Centre, they said there's two things can you do when you get on council. One, and I personally haven't done this, is do something about the bus hub and the safety at the bus hub. And the other thing is, can you please do something about the Edgar Centre? Our young people, our kids use the line, on the court, not in the court. And I think the number of kids who spend their time at Edgar Centre, I looked there on a Friday night when secondary school basketball was on, and there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kids, and I think it is a great environment for them to be at. Today, Monday, our intermediate kids are all down there playing basketball. When my kids were at intermediate, I purposely had a 7-seater car so that I would take 6 kids every Monday, every Tuesday, every Wednesday, whatever sport was on, I would take the carload down to the Edgar Centre for sport. And yes, Councillor Walker, it is about how do we get better access, and on our submission to the ORC about a bus, if we could have a bus, the hill runner bus that goes to the Edgar Centre straight after school, it would have made a huge impact on parents who have to get from work up to school and take them down. I just think a really simple thing. But this is a really well-used facility. And Councillor Benson Pope, I was one of those young women on the netball court thinking I was going to die of hypothermia, and you brought it all back. And it was, I survived, but it was horrific, the conditions that we used to have to play in. As Councillor Houlihan reminded me, Dunedin's big point of difference, we have 21 courts undercover, and when we're bidding for tournaments, we are the only city in one facility. You go to Auckland, you are all over the city. You go to Hamilton, you're all over the city. You go to Wellington. It is to have that big point of difference for us to secure major tournaments that bring money into our city is a real key for us. And thank you, Councillor Mahan, for your advertisement on roller derby. I see them there practising on a regular basis. They always look like a happy lot of people, but I've never joined it. But interestingly, the very little comment on the first item, and I just, as a side comment, I said to Councillor Gilbert, I'm surprised, Councillor Geary, you had forgotten that in that item is the Peninsula Connection. You'll hear about it at some point. Oh, well, I was thinking, how can we have got to hear and not heard about that? And Councillor van der Vis, there often is a reason why we have debt for intergenerational assets that we are creating, especially in the Three Waters world. I know you're rolling your eyes at me, but the people of today shouldn't pay 100% for those assets that are going to be used by the generations to come. And so I have a real belief in that. And it's a big number. We are investing in our city over the 9 years, we're talking over $1 billion. I think it's more than that. Sorry, I've lost my page. 1.9 billion over 9 years. That is significant, absolutely significant asset. Assets that we are creating for our city, and so it's a big moment when we're committing to that much money. Thank you.
Okay, so we better take it in two parts, part A and then parts B, C and D.
Why are you doing it in two parts?
Because I believe somebody does not approve of part A. Or that, are we all okay with the whole lot? Yes, part A. Oh, no, well, it just depends. Sorry, I can't hear that.
Take them one at a time. Councillor Vandervis can identify no when he gets to the one he doesn't want.
Yeah, that's it. I imagine B, C and D, even though they're not numbered that way. Yes, I know. That's what I just said. Don't worry about it. It'll get changed. That's right. We'll take A and then B, C and D. Okay? You ready? We're going to go Part A approves the revised capital spend. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
And parts B, C and D, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. There we go. And next motion, I move that we adjourn the meeting till 9 a.m. tomorrow. Seconded, Councillor Ackland. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
And so, councillors, just so to remind you, it will be...